2020 was a bitch. All I wanna do is this. Motherfucker don't know. DERELL in this bitch. Niggas like to go low, but they can't get with this. Nigga trying to make money, starting off real hard. Nigga couldn't even go. Wanna know what's the show? DERELL on the mic. YouTube streets in the night. Doing all that he could. Nigga gon' keep it hood. But the haters won't top me. Motherfuckers won't block me. Assholes gon' flag me. Motherfuckers can't stop me. Hating ass niggas everywhere. Jealous niggas wanna sit and stare. DERELL better be aware. Hating niggas better be aware. Hating ass niggas everywhere. Jealous niggas better sit and stare. DERELL better be aware. Hating niggas better be aware. DERELL getting lit, yo. DERELL like FICO. DERELL score higher than a 7-800. That's not a typo. DERELL on horizon. Channel growth is higher. Troller trying to play me. They a motherfucking liar. AFW on a corner. Can't depend on honor. She recruit another sect. Now she is a wreck. Lame niggas in another space. Seeing dollar signs in this place. Good guys gon' protect the place. Trying to keep the fucking haters away. Hating ass niggas everywhere. Jealous niggas wanna sit and stare. DERELL better be aware. Hating niggas better be aware. Hating ass niggas everywhere. Jealous niggas better sit and stare. DERELL better be aware. Hating niggas better be aware. Hating ass niggas everywhere. Jealous niggas wanna sit and stare. DERELL better be aware. Hating niggas better be aware. Hating ass niggas everywhere. Jealous niggas better sit and stare. DERELL better be aware. Hating niggas better be aware. My first Umar video. Didn't even know that it created many scenarios. One was a blessing, was a motherfucking curse. The freaking video put the AFW on alert. Everybody a lawyer without a law degree. Everybody a goddamn account without no money. Everybody a goddamn teacher never taught at a school. Everybody a fucking therapist sounding like a fucking fool. 2023 was a bitch. Ladies in the sector shake their ass like this. 2023 was a bitch. Ladies in the stage shake their ass like this. 2023 was a bitch. Ladies in the stage shake that ass like this. Come on now, shake it real fast. You better enjoy this, it's the motherfucking land. In 2020, an elder told me to leave the sector. It didn't do any good, didn't make it any better. August 2020, the damn school didn't open. I had to apologize, damn right, I had spoken. The same year seen a new cast of supporters. I was revitalized, so I had to start it over. Teamed up with niggas that like to play dirty and take shots. Now the good guy got the fucking block. 2023 was a bitch. Ladies in the sector shake their ass like this. 2023 was a bitch. Ladies in the stage shake their ass like this. 2023 was a bitch. Ladies in the stage shake that ass like this. Come on. a DBA. Fuck a nigga name remix in this trifling ass way. Fuck a nigga from the trunk and shake his ass to get paid. Fuck that bitch ass nigga from Atlanta that pay. I'm the motherfucking Godfather, motherfucking bag. Last but not least, I'm the motherfucking go rock out, nigga. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the second, shake that ass like this. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the stage, shake that ass like this. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the stage, shake that ass like this. Come on now, shake it real fast. You better enjoy this, it's the motherfucking land. Woo! Come on, ladies in the sector, shake that ass if you listen to this shit right now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, shake it real fast. Come on, shake it real fast, shake it real fast, cause it's the motherfucking last. Go low, twerk it, twerk it, twerk it, twerk it. Come on, girl, shake it side to side. Come on, come on. First Umar video, didn't even know that it created many scenarios. What was a blessing was a motherfucking curse. The freaking video put the AFW on alert. Everybody a lawyer without a law degree. Everybody a goddamn accountant without no money. Everybody a goddamn teacher never taught at a school. Everybody a fucking therapist sounding like a fucking fool. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the sector, shake that ass like this. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the stage, shake that ass like this. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the stage, shake that ass like this. Come on now, shake it real fast. You better enjoy this, it's the motherfucking land. In 2020, an elder told me to leave the sector. It didn't do any good, didn't make it any better. August 2020, the damn school didn't open. I had to apologize, damn right, I had spoken. The same year seen a new cast of supporters. I was revitalized, so I had to start it over. Teamed up with niggas that like to play dirty and take shots. Now the good guy got the fucking block hot. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the sector, shake that ass like this. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the stage, shake that ass like this. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the stage, shake that ass like this. Come on now, shake it real fast. You better enjoy this, it's the motherfucking land. 2023 was fucked up from the start. Beef with pussy ass niggas from the damn start. Fuck an AFW, fuck a DBA. Fuck a nigga name remix in this trifling ass way. Fuck a nigga from the trunk and shake his ass to get paid. Fuck that bitch ass nigga from Atlanta that pay. I'm the motherfucking Godfather, motherfucking bag. Last but not least, I'm the motherfucking go rock out, nigga. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the sector, shake that ass like this. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the stage, shake that ass like this. 2023 was a bitch, was a bitch. Ladies in the stage, shake that ass like this. Come on now, shake it real fast. You better enjoy this, it's the motherfucking land. Woo! Come on, ladies in the sector, shake that ass if you listen to this shit right now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, shake it real fast. Come on, shake it real fast, shake it real fast, cause it's the motherfucking last. Go low, twerk it, twerk it, twerk it, twerk it. Come on, girl, shake it side to side. Come on, come on. Welcome, God damn it, welcome, everybody. This is DERELL, the motherfucking Godfather, broadcasting from DERELL, the Rebirth, and also broadcasting from the DERELL sector. Appreciate everybody for coming in. And I know you Negroes are waiting to hear what the hell I gotta say. For some of you all, you could check out my rhetoric on Photon DNA channel last night that focused on the recent scandal involving Jermaine Shoemaker, aka Umar Abdullah goddamn Johnson. I will be sending the link after I go through this monologue, and I'm going to talk about this shit. And before I get started, let me give a shout out to the sector. Shout out to everybody in the Umar Johnson sector. Shout out to everybody in the Mansfield sector, Mansfield adjacent sectors. If the beef sector up in here, shout out to you. Shout out to the black sector. Appreciate you for being in here, my opinion. Lovely to see you here. Clark say, hey, DERELL, I doubt it. You know Umar will still have his supporters. That's up for debate, baby. I'm not sure about that. At one point, that would be true. And I know he's sending his little goonie goons out there to do stuff. And we're going to get into that, Clark. But you can only have so many people around. And by the time the goddamn school open, all the goddamn kids that were misbehaving are going to be fucking adults. So what are we going to do then? The support goes away when the kids become adults. The parents need you while the kids are children. Not once the kids become full-grown adults. Your services are no longer needed, sir. So I'm not sure about that. Shout out to Living Life to the Fullest. She said, glad you're speaking out on this. Yes, I am. What's up, CB? I see my girl, the godmother, Miss T. Pre in the house. Now I want to say this to the godmother Stargate. Oh my God. Her and Photon last night. Y'all got to check that shit out. Like, I had to leave. What's up? Pillsbury trying to revitalize the good guys. We'll see how that goes. Chocolate Star, salute, beautiful. Listen, man, we're going to talk about this. Before we talk about this, I want you all to review this because I want y'all to understand, man, the communication of people out their ass attempting to contact me yesterday. We ain't talking about 2 kids. We not talking about 2 goddamn kids. We talking about 4 kids or more. 4 kids or more. And don't you know, guys, they think the Negro got somebody pregnant in Ghana? Ghana. Allegedly. There are people who I ain't talked to in over 2 to 3 years. Are you going to review this? Are you going to say something? What do you think? Oh, DERELL, lay low. Nah, DERELL, let everything play out. I'm like, are you out your fucking mind? Play out? The girl went to Tanya TKO. What the hell is that a play out? It has already begun. No, man. I'm going to show the link. 4 goddamn kids. And potentially 1 in Ghana. Do I deserve criticism? Yes. If anybody wants to give me criticism, come up on the panel. Well, DERELL, you supported this man. DERELL, you was the one that led the charge.
You the one, this how a whole sector started because of you and your antics. What do you got to say, DERELL? This, you sat idly by and you knew something was wrong. Yeah, DERELL, you gave Umar money. What's up, truism? Yes, they coming at me about Umar, man. Big time. Yeah, DERELL, you went to the goddamn seminars. You went to the speeches. You bought the goddamn books. You got communication with the family. You mean to tell me you didn't speak and know this? Simplified account, what's up? What the hell is conundrum? What the hell are these Umar supporters? And God damn it, where the hell is We On Lock? Where the hell is Tiffany Griffin? And now Tiffany Griffin, now you know, we've had a long lasting friendship. We don't really talk like we used to, but God damn it, Tiffany Griffin, this is worth a conversation. They blaming me. They saying I knew and I should have stopped it. I should have made everybody aware. This is what they saying. Well, DERELL, you know Jamal Johnson. DERELL, didn't you talk to the Bailey family? Where the hell is conundrum? Where the hell is We On Lock? I can tell y'all where We On Lock it. And I'm going to talk about my exchange with We On Lock. I'm going to talk to you all about it. I'm going to talk to you all about We On Lock. I mean, I might as well. Shit, the nigga brought my name up. And I thought We On Lock was not going to go live. Well, I was wrong about that. He went live. And we talked about this. This is a black eye for Pan-Africanism. This is a black eye for Pan-Africanism. How in the hell are you going to talk about the community when the fundamentals of any community is a family unit that you don't have? How you going to talk about black men impregnating women and not marrying women and it's the black man's fault when it's dirty dick niggas like you running around impregnating the women? You making the case for the manosphere against niggas impregnating multiple women and all the women looking at 20% of the men. You are making a case for that to be factual. It almost come off as if this nigga never got pussy when he was a kid, when he was a teenager, young adult, and he didn't start getting ass until people realized, because of having the gift of gab and his degrees and shit, people start looking at, he created. See, when he was Jermaine Shoemaker, he wasn't getting no ass. But now you Umar Abdullah Johnson, Prince of Pan-African, you went the pro-black route to get ass. That's what it turned out to be. Instead of just being yourself, your boring ass self, Jermaine Shoemaker chose to be Umar Johnson. And the women fell for it. The women fell for this shit. And they still falling for it. Now they got report that this nigga fucked nasty ass Soki Hana. Nasty ass Sucky Hana. What the hell? He has no standards. And they claiming he getting money out of these women. So you mean that? So this also got to go to. So y'all paying, y'all donating to the nigga. Y'all fucking him and then paying him the fuck. You giving him money too? That's why the goddamn kids in. Look at what you're doing. So I've told this story before. How I learned about Umar. And you know how I found about Umar? I found out about Umar Johnson through single black women who had issues with children, because I'm a real therapist. I'm a licensed therapist doing my goddamn work. You know, I got my shit. My shit is verifiable. I've been doxxed 100 times only for silly ass Negroes to find out the goddamn truth. And that's facts. This man carries no licenses as a psychologist. I don't even know if that certification as a school therapist, which is very limited in the manner in which he can practice in a school environment or educational environment. He is not a clinical psychologist. And by industry definition, he's not really a real psychologist at all. And that's just the facts. That's just the goddamn facts. So now the Pan-African community, the pro-black community, is questioning whether or not Umar is capable of leading. Well, we've gotten our answer. But what are we going to do with it? What are we going to do with it? But I want y'all to listen to this.
My biological father is Dr. Umar. You can't get on Instagram and get on social media and portray to be an activist and talk about how black kings need to be with black women, but you're not even in your black woman's daughter's life. It doesn't make sense. You're being a hypocrite.
So this young woman is 22 years old. Hopefully I'm pronouncing her name right, but I believe it's Anissa. I will tag her account down below. And she is allegedly one of Dr. Umar's two daughters. They have different mothers. And when Anissa tried reaching out to Dr. Umar to get more information on her sister, she was met with the cold shoulder. In addition, Dr. Umar has not been in Anissa's life, has not been to anything important like birthday parties, graduations, and she really doesn't even want a relationship with him at this point. She just wants to meet her sister. According to Anissa, Dr. Umar walked out on her and her mother right after she was born. His name isn't even on the birth certificate. However, him and the mom used to co-parent, and a DNA test has been done. This is the screenshot she provided of their conversation. And can we get into that top message? Peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism. If this is, in fact, my daughter, is there a reason why you're not messaging me directly from your cell phone? Y'all can see in the last message where she asked about his other children, but apparently she has yet to get a response. Now, if you don't know about Dr. Umar,
this nigga addressed his daughter with peace and Pan-Africanism.
Then you clearly have
he
not
didn't even
been
know
on the black side of TikTok, because he is a
this fool didn't even know that this was his daughter. How the hell you don't even have your daughter's number? You don't have her name saved? You worrying about what black kids, black boys are doing and black mothers struggling as single mothers? You created 4 single mothers, nigga. and potentially 5 if you count the lady in Ghana. And you want to scold black men into what they should and should not be doing? He has publicly admitted to 2 kids. But I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, guys, and I'm gonna have to say this. That girl looked just like this nigga.
It's a very prominent figure.
Look,
within the black
community. Get on Instagram and
you telling me this girl don't look like Umar? This girl look like Umar. I don't give a damn what nobody say. She looks like Umar. Her delivery is similar to Umar. These are facts. We cannot get past this. We cannot get past this. I want y'all to listen to this bullshit. Let me take this down. This is this nigga speaking on shit that he ain't doing. Listen to this bullshit.
Black men are afraid of what will happen if this relationship goes south. Alimony plus child support, that can destroy your black man. Even if you're middle class, you've got a good income, that can break you down. So if we want to heal the black family, we're going to have to heal that child support system as well.
Have you ever been on child support?
I'm on child support now for my 13-year-old. And I was on child support for my 22-year-old.
See?
Yeah, and
that's where it's coming from. I feel you. I ain't on it though, but
no, remember, I didn't say it should be done.
Nigga, are you serious? What about the other 2? You ain't supporting shit. That girl said you ain't been there. You missed everything. The 22-year-old.
Done away with.
Right. Right.
They need money. I was put on child support because I didn't marry the mothers of my children. They both wanted to get married. And what I said was, I didn't dismiss it.
Right.
Because I would love to be married to the mother of my child. But your pregnancy is not going to dictate family.
What the fuck are you talking about? Did y'all hear this bullshit? Your pregnancy ain't gonna dictate family? But you want to tell black men what the hell, who they supposed to marry, and you don't brown bunny hop, white bunny hop, rice bunny hopping? And you flinging dick throughout the goddamn black community? Recklessly? And you got the gall to talk about who's supposed to be doing what? Are you fucking kidding? Let's go back. Let me.
A lot of people are going to be upset.
One of the big reasons why we don't see more marriage is black men are afraid of what will happen if this relationship goes south. Alimony plus child support, that can destroy your black man. Even if you're middle class, you've got a good income, that can break you down. So if we want to heal the black family, we're going to have to heal that child support system as well.
Have you ever been on child support?
I'm on child support now for my 13-year-old. And I was on child support for my 22-year-old.
See?
Yeah, and
that's where it's coming from. I feel you. I ain't on it though, but
no, remember, I didn't say it should be done away with.
Right.
You follow me?
Right.
They need money.
You're
I was put
lying.
on child support because I didn't marry the mothers of my children.
You're lying. You didn't support that 22-year-old. God damn it, pregnancy does dictate marriage. It has since the beginning of goddamn time. There were men who died for not marrying the women they got pregnant. The hell you think the rules don't apply to you? You pumping and dumping and slipping and sliding into these women and think you get them pregnant and they shouldn't want to get married? If you don't want kids, you don't have sex. That is an asinine and selfish comment. What kind of motherfucking bullshit is this? For you to sit there and say, I ain't gonna let pregnancy dictate anything.
And they both wanted to get married. And what I said was, I didn't dismiss it.
Right.
Because I would love to be married to the mother of my child. But your pregnancy.
If you love to be married, you would have married him. You're a lie. You wanted more pro-black pussy in the community. That's what you wanted.
Is not going to dictate family. What we're going to do is let's continue to date and explore this. If they
dated, what the fuck? There's no more dating when you have children? Are you fucking kidding me? This nigga said talking about continue to date? There's no more dating when you have children with someone. The child becomes the focal point of the relationship. Nigga, are you okay? Continue to date after you done made a whole child with somebody? And this is what these black women was listening to?
They would have been patient. They would have been married in 12 months because I am that type of man. I couldn't let them know that.
Right.
But they were so arrogant in feeling like I was obligated to wife them up that
you damn right you was obligated to wife them up because you got them pregnant. You created a family. The admirable thing to do is to be married to the person. What the hell is wrong with you? They would have been married in 12 months. No, nigga, they should have been married the next day.
that they showed me their true colors too soon.
Right.
And I saw the type of woman I was dealing with. Not to say that there's anything wrong with them,
Right.
but I saw how they were with me. And I said, she ain't the one who can walk.
You having any more children?
Yeah, he got more kids. He has more kids. He has more kids. Tons of them. You can't tell the black community shit. Absolutely nothing. When it comes to family, you can't tell them nothing. In terms of what people should and should not be doing. And so, as I talk about this, guys, I want to come I want to look at this from a variety of different ways. I want to look at this from a variety of different ways, guys. And as I was telling a good friend of mine, I want to establish a couple of things. I want to establish the fact that as we look at Umar, see, we want to look conundrum right here, nigga. You need to come up and explain yourself. Yes, no conundrum. Don't play these games with me, nigga. You want to act like you didn't know he has more than 2 kids? Let's not do this. Yes, he has a pregnant lady allegedly in Ghana. Conundrum, you gonna have to speak on this. You are going to have to speak on this. Where is We On Lock? Where is Tiffany Griffin? We need to hear from these because I stopped. I don't really cake for the Negro like I used to at all. Matter of fact, I was criticized for talking crazy, what they considered crazy about it.
My biological father is Dr. Umar. I tried to contact him about, getting to know my sister. I asked him if he knows her or if he has her number. He ignored me and never responded.
So really, Dr. Umar Johnson, the guy that says I'm dating. And it's very you would think that he
I literally just want
the one that's in the video.
I'm not trying to get clout. I literally just want to have a conversation with my father. My biological father is Dr. Umar. I tried to contact him about, getting to know my sister.
Simple as that. It's simple. She don't even want a relationship with him. She don't even want a relationship. All she want to do is find out her siblings. Like, I need answers. This whole thing about overlooking the truth. We cannot overlook the goddamn truth. We cannot. Now look what they're saying.
And all he could do was throw out his credentials. I am the most educated, the most requested, the most. Umar daughter came on this internet and called him out for being a deadbeat, and all he could do was throw out his credentials. I am the most educated, the most requested, the most, just throwing out nothing but his credentials, right? Like that got anything to do with being a deadbeat. How educated you are or how popular you are has nothing to do with if you're a deadbeat or not. Anybody else catch that, or was that just me? I just feel like Dr. Umar just pulled a Philly ninja move. I said it. Typical Philly ninja move. Be a deadbeat, get called out on being a deadbeat, but then want to say, me and your mother could talk privately or publicly and we could talk. It was your mother's fault. I got all the paperwork. But if you are the most educated man, the most popular, the most requested man, and with all the education, you didn't know how to navigate getting rights over seeing your daughter, I want somebody to answer that. Like, the pause is for a reason. Like, you did not know how to navigate getting rights over seeing your daughter. No, you was just a deadbeat and didn't want the rights over seeing your daughter.
First of all, if anybody got to say they the most requested, she straight up said, and then I've heard about, shout out to my niggas from Philly, but there's a lot of y'all got a reputation out there. Y'all got a reputation. This is what the black women are saying right now. Let's look at this.
I'm not going to take no word of a lie. Dr. Umar, long lost daughter, then popped on the scene and said, my father abandoned me and my mother. They don't file for this. It was supposed to be allegedly that was his daughter. No, it is his daughter. Birth daughter, blood daughter, a daughter that he helped conceive and that he left and abandoned. On top of that, it's not one, it's 2 daughters, plural. And it is, again, I state his daughters. Now, here's my thing. Dr. Umar did an interview and he stated, and I quote, I decided not to marry my daughter's mother. I got her impregnated and she felt entitled that I married her. What's she wrong, Dr. Umar? You the same person who advocate for uplifting the black community, the black household, the black queen, the black king. So why are you doing a disservice to the black people that you are advocating and pushing a message towards? Let me let y'all know something. You have these advocates like Dr. Umar that go around and preach about black power, black unity, fight the lives that be. At the same time, they behind the scenes doing suppression towards the people and towards the message that they're trying to achieve towards the people. My big thing about it is that Dr. Umar is a prime example of you may be knowledgeable, you may have a little education, but you are an ignorant, educated fool by default because you talk so much that you don't even understand the principles of the matter or what the fuck you stating. I said what I said. Y'all need to watch this man because a lot of things he said is controversial. This is the same man who decided to marry 2 women. You know what? I'm done. I said what I said. I'm not surprised.
That's what we saying. That's what we doing. Listen to this.
I've known Dr. Umar for 3 years. I met him when I was 24 years old. And this is a recent picture. We just met in June of last year. And we did discuss his children along with a few other things. We met up at Brandywine Diner on Concord Pike last year. And because he wanted to take me out to lunch, and I kind of wanted to talk about like, just have a conversation with him regarding like black content creators on TikTok.
Now, see, this, and now I'm gonna say this, guys. We gotta speak to the naivety of some of these women being so naive. Do you really think Dr. Umar, the Prince of Pan-African, Big Papa, just wanted to have to talk about some pro-black shit with you on a date? Go out to dinner and talk about this and that alone? Come on. Come on, lady. You didn't think he wanted more?
TikTok and social media. So while we're talking, we talk about religion, we talk about racism in America, we talk about secret societies, because that was really my peak of interest. So we first started off by talking about why he was in Wilmington again. He's always going to his school in Wilmington, Delaware, because number one, he's being audited by the IRS a lot. When I first met him in 2022, he literally told me he was there because his accountant was caught stealing funds from the school. They were receiving donations for the school, and he was saying that his accountant was stealing money. So he had to fire that accountant, and the IRS was asking for proof, like where the money went. So he started commuting from Philadelphia to Wilmington, Delaware frequently, just so he could be at the school in case anybody shows up and asks why the school's not done or where the kids are at or what's going on. So when I met up with him last year, he was just coming back from the school when we had lunch. I guess the IRS is still asking him about the school because it's not done. Like, he's receiving money, donations, but there's no progress with the school. If you were to go up right now to the school, like, there's wooded boards on the doors, on the windows, there's weeds, graffiti on some of the buildings. Like, it's not in proper condition. There's no AC, there's no heating, there's nothing. Like, it's not, the school's not ready. When we were talking at the table, I started asking him a lot of private questions like, were you married? Do you have any kids? He was telling me, yes, I have 2 daughters. One of them is a teenager and the other one is maybe 7 years old at the time. So the child is probably 9 years old. So he was saying to me that the mother of those girls, or the mother of, I don't know if it's 2 separate women or just one woman, the woman or the women are taking him to court for child support because he's not an active dad. He's not in their life. And he told me that as well. He doesn't visit them as much as he should. However, he visits his mom a lot and she's in Philly. So I just was confused. I was like, how
the kids are also in Philly, guys.
Are you talking about being a pillar and how black men are so needed in families today, but you're not even an active dad? He was not an active father. He said it. He confirmed it. I can back this young lady up. He did say that he was not going to be there. And on top of that, he was saying that he would like to, in the future, every 2 weeks out of the month, go to Ghana. He practices Ifa, which is African spirituality. And we were talking about that for a while because I'm kind of versed in it as well. And so when we were talking, I was asking him, I was like, so you never got married? He said, oh no, I never got married to any of those women. But he dated a lot. And I could tell that he was a playboy because he was very, very flirtatious. Very. And also I noticed too, his personality is much different in person than it is online. I'm not sure if it's because I'm a woman or something like that, but he's not as animated. He seems more hyped up when he's like on a podcast or online, really engaging. He was not as engaging in person. And I felt like that was interesting. I was having to ask him questions. He didn't really ask me questions. It was almost like we had lunch just for me to ask him questions. And I didn't really like that because it was supposed to be a back and forth discussion. And so we were talking about a variety of topics. He is extremely flirtatious. And that was the last time I met up with him.
Come on, Seth Marie, Conundrum, I need to hear from you. When I send this link out, I need you Negroes to talk about this.
And probably the last time, because it was very aggressive, because I'm in a relationship. And when I had met up with him last year, I told my partner, like, I'm going to go have lunch with Dr. Umar. He was like, what the fuck? So he was like, yeah, go have lunch and come back and let me know how it goes. But y'all, before I go back.
Now, I'm sorry, guys. Now, again, the naive spirit. I don't know what you got a man. You tell your man you're going on a dinner date with Dr. I don't know why you didn't think Umar was going to not try something. With everything that Umar has been through, you thought Umar was not going to shoot his shot? Come on now.
Back to seeing my boyfriend. On my life, when we left, I gave him a hug. He was like, He said, the women got to have booty. And I was like, what? He said, you got to have booty. If I'm talking to you, you got to have booty. Can you cook? I was like, yeah, I can cook. He was like, good. So you can cook and you got booty. And he was backing up from me. He said, He said, business before back shots. Business before back shots. I wish I was kidding. She
kind of sounded like she was turned on by the shit. I'm sorry. Now, I know she on camera saying whatever, but she don't sound like she was all that offended.
Kidding. And mind you, I'm in a fucking relationship. So I was like, what do you mean business before back shots, nigga? Like, what? So he's laughing to himself and he goes back to his car because he was going to go back to Philly to go take care of his mom. And I was like, I can't see this fool again. Because what do you mean business before back shots? No back shots are being given. What? Because business before back shots, whose back are you shooting? Because it's not mine. The fuck? So extremely flirtatious. Very much so. I remember asking him too, like, are you and Suki Hana like a thing? Because I know she's from Delaware too. I was like, do y'all, are y'all fucking? I was asking him too. I was like, are you and Suki like a thing? Like you? Because I know she from Delaware too. I'm like, are y'all?
See, you see what I mean? You see where this conversation was going?
Fucking like, and he was like, no, we're friends. That's my girl. You know, she got her own restaurant in downtown Wilmington somewhere. Sure. When you say to me, business before back shots, and you and Suki are just friends, highly doubt it, because you got a big booty too. Anyway, I say all this to say, this young lady is telling the truth. He is a deadbeat father, extreme hypocrite, and huge flirt. This is not the black man you think he is. He's loyal. He got a wife at home. He take care of his kids. He's not that type of black man. He is, he spreads his seed. He told me he only got 2 kids. I feel like it's more. He's not visiting his children. He's not paying child support. And these things came out of his own fucking mouth. Okay. So I believe this young lady, and I just had to wait. I've known.
This is what they saying. This is the consensus. See, I'm not going to even talk about what the men are saying, because that's not important. I'm looking at what the women are saying. I'm looking at what the women are saying, because that's who those are his main supporters. Those are his main supporters, not men. Let's look at this. Give me a second. I want you all to listen to this. This is something from Anton Daniels. For those that know Anton, because I actually like the way he formatted his live on this review of this.
Here with a small short announcement. I just want to start this video off by saying I'm not trying to get clout. I literally just want to have a conversation with my father. My biological father is Dr. Umar. He has another daughter. I tried to contact him about, getting to know my sister on my dad's side. I asked him if he knows her or if he has her number. He ignored me and never responded. I'm 22 years old now. My dad has never been to anything important, no graduation, no birthday parties, nothing. He has not been in my life. Again, I'm not making this video to bash him. I'm making this video to state facts, okay? You can't get on Instagram and get on social media and portray to be an activist and talk about how Black kings need to be with Black women, but you're not even in your Black woman's daughter's life. It doesn't make sense. You're being a hypocrite. And it's frustrating because I reached out to you. I reached out to you. I shouldn't have had to do that. I'm your daughter. But I'm smart enough and logical enough to know that you would never reach out to me because you don't have my phone number. And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't try to reach out to me because for what? I don't want anything out of you. I want nothing but a conversation. Forget the relationship. I really don't care too much about that at this point. I just wanted a conversation out of you and you shut me down. You ignored me. You should never be too busy for your daughter ever in life. So I just wanted to make this video to just try to, I guess, somehow find my sister on my dad's side. So if you see this, please reach out to me. Please DM me because I want to know who you are. Why do I have siblings out there that I don't know about? It's unfair, and deadbeat fathers is very common nowadays, especially in the Black community, right? We all know Dr. Umar reps the Black community or whatever, but you can't rep that if you're not even in your daughter's life.
This what it is. This is crazy, man. And this is what people are talking about. This is what people are talking about. Now, I want to point the other thing. I want to show the text message. I want to show one other thing as it relates to the text messages. Okay, I want to show this, and then I'm a continue.
Wise.
Hold on, let me see what this says. It says peace and
he talked to his kid like that.
Peace and Pan-Africanism. If this is in fact my daughter, there is a reason why you're not messaging me directly from your cell phone. She said, this is my iCloud, but my phone number is, and she covers it up. And he said, text me your phone number. She said, this is Anissa. He said, this is a different number. Why different numbers? 267 or 443. She said, 443. Do you have any other children? I would love to meet them. Do you have their numbers? Yo, listen. The fact that this, hold on, think about this for a minute.
He responded though.
Think about this for a minute though. The fact that he's asking questions from a girl, trying to figure out whether or not this is his daughter or not, shows you that this nigga is a deadbeat, though. Because if you had a relationship with your daughter, you wouldn't even be questioning whether or not, who is this? Is this really my daughter reaching out to me? You understand what I'm saying? Like my daughter would never reach out to me and I'd be like, hey, is this really my daughter? Why is this like, you know what I'm saying? I know my daughter. I know my daughter. So I would never be questioning whether or not if this is really my daughter. She sent this nigga a baby picture. You can tell right there at the top. This is sad, bro.
Sent Umar a goddamn baby picture, man. This is ridiculous.
Only thing that don't make sense is like, why does it say, why you not directly messaging me from your phone? But this looks like a phone chat, a phone conversation.
No, it's an iCloud. It's probably under her email or something.
You can text somebody from your computer, from your iCloud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it, you still wouldn't say that though. You still wouldn't say that. So
Seth Marie and Conundrum, get the link, Negroes. Get the links. We gotta talk.
It's like, what is she messaging him from? That he said that, and that's definitely text messaging.
I'm about to say something unpopular, so here goes the Q Diddy in me. If a woman had a child and you don't want anything to do with it, what's the problem?
We'll get there. We'll get there. Hold on. So I'm gonna tell you what my opinion is of the problem, but we'll get there. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, okay. So this is the end of it. All right. So let me tell you what the problem is, in my opinion, personally, is because it's not the kids' fault. It's not the kids' fault, in my opinion. I don't think that it matters. Listen, you could justify, in my opinion, you can justify saying, okay, well, the mother is so difficult. It's so difficult to get into the daughter. I don't think it's a justification because I'm gonna fight for my kid no matter what. However, let's just say, for example, I could see why a guy would pull back from a toxic mother, and you know what I'm saying? She's problematic and all of this stuff. This girl's 22. When you become an adult, at least when you're out on your own, and this is why I even tell guys about why it's problematic for being a stepfather, because she said that she got a stepfather that actually played a real role in her life. You're still going to reach out to find out who the fuck you are from your biological parent. You're always going to seek out.
What's up, Seth Marie? Let's give it to me. Tell me what's on your mind, man.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, what's happening? I'm gonna be honest with you, DERELL. I've been doing Dr. Umar since I was a youngster. I mean, back in 2009 when I first heard of him. And
you one of my day ones, man. You one of my day ones. Come on.
Right. I'll get everybody up to speed. Now, like I said, if I thought Umar was a deadbeat or this, that, and the other, hey, I'd be saying this. It was stuff about Brother Polite. There was a lot of our,
We're not, no, Seth, we're not doing this.
Okay.
We ain't talking about Brother Polite. We're talking about Umar Abdullah Johnson.
Okay, I will say this here. Not too long ago, somebody came up there. It was like last week, a couple weeks ago. Somebody said, Umar, I heard you got 4 kids. He said, I only got 2 kids. One is 21. I guess she just turned 22, or and one is 12. Now, I've always known about his 2 kids, his 2 daughters. Now, he has stated in the past that if y'all want, some of y'all, or especially these haters, want to know about my baby mother, they have a restaurant. They have a so-called restaurant. They have a restaurant. They may still have it. It was a few years back. They said, you can go up there and tell her why I cannot see my daughter. Umar stated this plenty of times. He said her and her mother did a lot of blocking. He said, I pay child support. I'm as active as I possibly can be in her life. But you got to understand, rules are made more for women than men. And he said, I've gone through the proper channels. He said, I've done as much as I can. And if she ever want a relationship, I would love to have a relationship with her and stuff like that. But he also, because he's always, nobody's more visible on social media, nobody, than Dr. Umar Johnson. And I think everybody agree with that. Yes.
Said Marie, he could take her to court.
Yes, I understood. I understand that, but he said he really didn't want nothing to do with it. He said because he did not want to marry her.
That's your child. That's your children. You made
I
this
understand
girl.
DERELL, trust me.
Come on, man.
I understand what you're saying. Listen, I had personal problems with my own father.
We know.
My own biological father,
I
I had personal problems with him. Yeah. I'm not taking up for him, and I got to know all the facts because Dr. Umar just did a live. Yeah, I tell listen, hear me out, brother. Listen,
so you telling me that are you telling me there's not enough facts?
Well, did you just seen Dr. Umar live about 3 hours ago where he addressed this?
The bullshit live? Okay,
it's two sides to every story. 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 He has no. This is what he said. Just hear me out. This is what he said.
Marie, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
You telling me there's two sides to the fact that you ain't see your daughter for graduation, school prom, basketball practice, cheerleading, piano lessons, skating ring, birthday parties. You missed everything, and you talking about two sides?
No, okay. Well, listen, hear me out. Like I said, all of this is new to me. I only heard about this the day before yesterday and yesterday a little bit. And, I've been working and everything. I ain't like some of his haters that just sit around and just trying to be messy. And I know you work hard and you got your own business. So, I got nothing but tons of respect for you. But hear me out here. Like I said, he said, listen, he says, Mama Spurf got her up to doing this. He said she's a grown woman, of course, but Mama Spurf got her up to this. I will, make it my business to have all the proper paperwork, the white man paperwork, he said, to address every single thing in the book. Because I know people got questions, especially my haters. And he said like this here, I will put him up to FDMG. We can have a lunch date. Where in Philadelphia they want to go.
I heard that bullshit, Seth Marie.
Well, I didn't say what he said. I don't know. Me and you don't know him personally. That's not our brother. We did not hit around either one of them 24/7. So I'm gonna give everything the benefit of the doubt because like the stripper back in the day when she was 48,
I just want to say this to all my
people lie.
So everybody lying except Umar Johnson. He the one that ain't lying.
I don't agree with everything Dr. Umar. I don't agree with everything Dr. Umar says. I agree about 90%. It's 10% I do not agree with him on. And I mean, you have stated, and I have stated this. I have seen him twice. I took pictures with him 2 or 3 times. I talked to him on the phone 2 or 3 times. If I thought this dude was full of crap, I would have been there said it. I dropped a lot of people like a bad habit years ago. That was a lot of people. Now, like I said, I'm not prepared to drop him until I know.
We know each other. We've talked many times.
Yes, of course we have. Yes, we have.
Offline.
Right. You right about that.
You're going to sit here and tell me this man not responsible for what's going on right now.
I'm not saying. DERELL, it's like this here. The laws, and even Trump, wherever you think about him, the laws are made for the woman. And I've had a lot of people who I'm related to and friends that said that, hey, they tried their best to see the kids, but their mama have a blockage, and the laws are made favoring a woman. My mama was in social work for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Social work for 30 years. So I know about this process. It's not as easy as some people may make it out to be. I wish it was, but it's not. The laws are more in favor of the woman. So until Mama Spurf comes up, and Umar has challenged everybody in the business. He said, I will do a live with all 3 of us together. Now, if he does that,
come on, man. Stop.
Brother,
how did these women stop him from seeing their children?
Well, it's like this here. Sometimes people can have, I don't know if they had a restraining order. I don't know what happened. We don't know neither one of them personally or what's going on. It's not our business anyway, but like I said, we don't know their business on the mother side and on the father side.
The business is out on the street.
Yeah. I know. Personally, I follow him. And like I said, could he have probably made an extra effort? Probably, yes. But if you don't want to deal with that woman,
how you miss the kids' major milestones in life?
I agree. I agree with you. But I had a best friend that he wanted to go to his son's graduation and college graduation. His parents and grandparents.
Nobody can stop you from going to a child's graduation.
Yeah, well, you know, like I
Nobody
said,
can stop you from going. You can go to any high school graduation.
but
Nobody
if you don't want to deal
Well,
with the
can get
hassle,
in.
that's
if
not
you don't want to deal with the hassle,
necessarily true.
yeah,
I mean, of
yeah,
course they got things you can get tickets and stuff, but
yeah.
you still are. I'm gonna say this. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
that's not a strong enough argument, Seth Marie. You miss
Well, like I
every
said, I don't know.
milestone in a child's life.
We got to hear more than one side of the story. We heard
No,
Dr.
but how
Umar,
can you
and
miss every milestone?
okay, I don't know.
You can,
How
you
do we
can
know she's
sue,
telling the
you
truth
can
100%?
sue. I don't want to hear this shit about the white man
How we know
paperwork.
we can't
Because
just
you know
take her
what?
word for
The
it.
white
We just
man,
can't take her word.
the white man's paperwork is the social security number. You got a
Right.
white man's degree. You went to
Right.
white schools when they got in
Right.
existence
Me
with
too.
black schools that I went to.
Me too.
He went.
And let me tell you something.
He has white man paperwork all over. Those degrees are white man paperwork.
Right. I
So
agree with you.
I agree with you. Taking them to court is no longer the white. That's the white man paperwork.
Yeah, but listen to this. We just can't just take her word for 100%.
Why didn't you say that about Umar Johnson? Wouldn't the same thing be true about Umar Johnson?
I'm not saying because I don't know. Listen, you don't, you, all three of us do not know, and the rest of the people in the chat do not know everything about what Dr.
Why do you
Umar
have
does
to keep
and what-
restating that? Nobody knows everything about anything. Can we proceed with the conversation without stating the obvious over and
You
over?
look like you favoring
Are
the
you
daughter.
talking
It's like
over
you
me?
favoring the daughter.
Are you talking
You
over
look like
me?
you favoring the daughter. Oh, what she says go. It's 100%. What she says, no lies, no
Why
fact check,
would
no
she
nothing.
have
I'm just
to
going by what
lie?
she said.
She never met her dad, man.
No. Okay, listen.
Come
I
on,
don't
man.
know. Listen.
We cannot escape him,
I don't know that to be
Seth
100%
Marie.
fact.
Seth Marie.
I don't know
Listen,
that to be
man,
the 100%
it's
fact.
I don't
either.
understand the point of over talking everybody just to say you don't know everything. Nobody has assumed that anybody up here is omnipotent. So can we calm down a little bit? Stop talking over
me
each
and
other.
DERELL good friends. Me and DERELL good friends on here. So
What does that have to do with what I'm saying right now?
Go ahead.
Seth, tell me this. How can you miss everything in your child's life and you can't make an excuse for missing everything?
Well, I agree. If that's the case.
That's the case. So what we're going to do is question the victim, but not the perpetrator.
Sometimes kids lie. Sometimes children
Wow.
sometimes I said sometimes. I'm not saying she lying. I said sometimes they do.
Come on,
I don't know
man.
about her particular case.
We better than this, Seth Marie. Come on, man.
DERELL, don't sound DERELL. I never thought I'd say this, but don't sound like little daughter. Don't be like little daughter. Come on, don't be like little.
I'm not trying to. No, but Seth, come on, man. Come on, Seth. Seth Marie, come on,
so
brother.
do you say the same thing when black men are complaining they were victims of police brutality? Do you say sometimes men lie without saying sometimes the police lie? Is that fair and balanced what you're
if you want to
doing?
know the truth about it, 90% of the time I have marched. I have, I have marched. I have been 90% on the victim side. 90% of the time, the police are in the wrong. 80 to 90% of the time, victims are in the wrong. So I agree with you on that. So only time I tell people on that particular situation.
I'm not sure you understood my point.
Go ahead.
So anybody can lie, a father, a daughter, the police, a person. So to only keep saying that you don't know if the daughter is lying without saying the same thing about Umar Johnson, a known liar.
I said if. I didn't say Umar is the creme de la creme. He don't never lie.
I'm gonna try one more time. I'm gonna repeat myself one more time, and maybe you'll hear me. For you to only keep saying that she might be lying, and if she's lying, without saying that about Umar Johnson, the known liar, is unfair and biased. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand completely what you're saying. But listen, as a person that is a son of a social worker for over 30 years and family who's been in law enforcement, I am telling you, sometimes it's variables and roadblocks to see your kids. If the woman is pressed hard, that she don't want you to see her
How is that relevant to what I just said? And let me ask you this. If you're claiming that you have all this experience, and then I'll be quiet. I want to give everybody else a chance to talk. So thank you for hearing me out. Okay.
Sure.
So if you have all this experience, and I'm glad you do, because I have a pointed question. You asserted several times that the laws favor women. And I would argue the opposite of that, and I can give specific examples. So can you give me an example of one of the laws that favors women?
Okay, it's like this here. For the most part, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, when it's a custody battle, for the most part, women get the custody of their kids. Am I right or wrong?
Is that a law that favors women?
No, these are the reports and the statistics.
So my question wasn't who normally gets primary custody. My question was, and I'm going to speak slowly here, can you give me an example of a specific law that favors women?
Well, it does not, it does not jump out at you. But like I said, judges, and I've been in courtrooms, judges, for whatever, sometimes get a benefit of the doubt to the woman, and they favor the woman mostly in these custody battles. And, if people want parental rights to their kids. Now, I have seen this, I know this. So I can't explain that.
So are you asserting that women normally get the primary custody when men are also fighting for primary custody? Or are you suggesting that women most often seek primary custody and that's why they primarily get it?
Well, can both be true?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. I got experience.
It's one or the other. One of these is saying that women get primary custody because they seek it, and the other one would suggest that women get primary custody because courts are biased against men.
Okay. Well, I will say this. From my experiences and from reading the statistical report and me majoring in criminal justice, well, I ain't graduating in criminal justice, graduating in communications, but the studies show that if all things being equal, for the most part, women do receive the benefit of the doubt, and with custody battles concerning their kids. And
great! I love studies. Can you give me the name of the study?
I can't give everything to you right now. When we talk again, I guarantee you.
Because I know you have 30 years experience and you majored in criminal justice. So just one study.
My mom was a social worker for 30 years. I ain't said I got 30 years.
Right. But you took those 30 years as your own credentials. So just one study that suggests that historically laws in divorce and separation favor women over men. And then I'll give you some studies that prove the opposite.
Okay, well, I can do something real simple. It's like Jim Crow laws. They ain't even supposed to go into effect. Grandfather, after 1865, black people supposed to have all the rights. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. Don't mean white folks.
What are you talking about, sir?
No, I'm just giving you an example. I'm giving you an analogy. So I'm
okay. Thanks for the analogy.
Okay, let me get Photon in.
Thank you,
because we're kind of going off.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Photon. Photon. Hello? Can y'all hear him?
Well, I can, I can hear you.
Nah, he must have fell off. We hear you, but not him, DERELL.
Give me a second. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, he fell off. I don't know what happened, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you all continue. Go ahead.
Okay, sister, go ahead. That's the question you want to.
So I had asked you to substantiate your claims about divorce and separation laws favoring women, and then you started talking about Jim Crow.
Okay, what I'm saying is this, and I want you to get this. I want to be crystal clear with this. Just because laws are on the books to be fair and balanced, doesn't mean people abide by them. That's
can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Photon.
Okay, hey, sorry about that. How y'all doing?
I'm good. What's up, low Floyd Photon?
I just want to address Seth Marie. Yo, Seth Marie.
Yes, sir.
Aren't you the dude? Don't you got a Umar Johnson shrine in your living room?
Umar Johnson shrine?
A shrine. You got an Umar Johnson shrine in your living room.
Nope. I support him, but I ain't into him. I support him, but I'm not into him. If that's what you were trying to imply. And, I'm going to tell you up front, I got a channel, and if you want to listen to some Dr. Umar facts and other facts and some haters facts, my channel is Seth Marie, and you can look at the videos. There's a few of them. So.
You kind of went in and out. You said you have a few Umar Johnson shrines?
No, I said I got a few videos about Umar Johnson haters and Umar Johnson himself. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but in your videos, it's like a shrine. You have it set up like a shrine.
No, I don't have no shrine. What you talking about? You trying to be funny? If you trying to be
No,
funny,
no, I'm not trying to be funny. It's just that was the images that I saw when I watched your videos. It seemed like you had it in a shrine-ish way.
No. That sometimes what I do, like I said, I work and got a life and everything. I post pictures of the content that I'm trying to create. Sometimes I post pictures of Lennon Honor or Dr. Umar or sports or whatever I'm doing because I got like over 800 videos.
You keep saying you
I
got a
got
life. Everybody has a life. You breathe, right?
No.
You talk.
Everybody does not have a life. Haters don't have lives. But go ahead.
Having a life is subjective, first of all. But literally speaking, we all have a life. Okay, number one, you sound dumb, but I'm not going to get into semantics. I'm not going to get into the semantics. We all have a life. Okay, period.
Go ahead. What's your
now,
question?
Well, my first question was, you got a shrine and you a Umar Johnson lover. Do you have children?
That's none of your business, but.
It isn't, but do you have any children? Maybe. What's up with the hard? What's up with this hard stuff?
Do you have any
children?
kids?
Yes or
Do
no?
you have any kids? It's not your business. That's none of your business. Okay.
Well, this is the topic. It's kind of the topic, and it doesn't relate to my next question.
All right, go ahead.
But you're being defensive, and I understand. So, go ahead.
Okay, okay, brother, I'm not trying to argue with you or anybody else. Me and DERELL are good friends, and we talked offline and everything.
I bet you are. I bet you do talk offline with him. What else you want to do offline with
DERELL? The host, DERELL. Now,
right.
I talked to Umar. Okay, I've talked to Umar, and I've been to Umar, the forums where Umar spoke at here in Ohio on 4 different occasions. Good brother. He takes pictures with any and everybody. And like I said, Umar is worldwide. Nobody right
we
now
know that.
is more visible
We know
on
he's
social media
worldwide.
than Dr. Umar Johnson and explaining himself than Dr. Umar Johnson. So now that's just a fact. Now,
what do you do for a living?
I work.
What do you do for a living?
I work. That's the only thing you need.
Okay. So you're not gonna tell me what you do for a living? You're not gonna tell me if you have children?
I don't know you like that to be telling you that, bro.
I don't know. I don't know if it's that deep, but okay.
Okay, I work about 60 hours a week, but okay, if you want to go there, because I'm not, I'm not a hater. If you're a hater, or you're a hater of Dr. Umar, yes
you
or no?
told all your mom's business about what she does for a living.
No, what I'm saying is,
I'm just playing with you. I'm just joking.
Yeah. Okay, listen. Like, I'll tell Photar. I'll tell him too. My mama was a social worker for over 30 years for the state, and like I said, I've seen and heard. I've seen and heard a lot. You understand? I've been in court proceedings, especially when I was a little kid, or something like. Especially when I was growing up, and I understand how stuff works. I am not going to be throwing the wolves at Dr. Umar off no allegations, and these are what they are. Allegations.
I got to stop you there, Seth Marie. How are these? Okay. Why would you classify this as allegations?
Okay, well, DERELL, when that photo stripper or whatever.
No, we can't. No, Seth, we can't do that. Seth, those are isolated events. We can't do that. I'm looking at the evidence of the fact of the matter. Umar Johnson professes that we should strengthen the black family, right?
Yes, right. Yes, sir.
Umar is not married and he has kids out of wedlock. That's hypocrisy, that's right?
True. But listen.
No. Ain't no buts to that. That's a fact. So we can't argue the facts, right?
Okay.
Umar has publicly. Hold on. Let me say this. Umar also has publicly stated that he's been on child support and that he does not see his children, and there's issues that he came out about him seeing his children, right?
Right.
So by that admission, he's not being the best father that he can be.
And I understand your.
And he created multiple baby mothers.
Okay.
So that in itself is anti-Pan-African. So you cannot speak to black men or shame black women for showing poor decisions as it relates to reproductive, that their reproductive decisions, and then you're the epitome of what we shouldn't do.
Okay.
So we can't get around. So when you talk about allegations, what allegations? Because this is a fact. This is his daughter. Are you saying this is not his daughter?
Yeah, that's his daughter. Yes.
You don't think it's his daughter?
No, I said yes. It is his daughter. Yes.
Okay, so you would think she would come on and lie about him not And the text messages showed where he was trying to reach out to another child that he didn't raise. And so where's the allegations in that?
Well, I would say this: we still taking her word over his. So,
but what is the word? It's the fact that he didn't raise his children.
Okay, I agree with that. But I got a rebuttal to that. Whenever you finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's different strokes for different folks, and we all know that. Now, like I said, Umar has stated this, whether he was on the Art of Dialogue, the Breakfast Club, and all of these other platforms he's on, he has stated. He said, listen, when you're a revolutionary, he says he has to have a woman that is a revolution behind him. But if it's been some contact, he cannot do that because he is worldwide.
Seth Marie.
He's under. That's what he stated.
Seth Marie.
Seth Marie.
So D. DERELL could find a wife, but Umar Johnson, who has access to all the women in the world, could not.
Wow. Seth Marie.
Y'all want to pick
Seth Marie.
Y'all want to pick and choose.
No. Seth Marie, hold on. Can I ask you something, Seth Marie?
Go ahead, brother.
For the record, I like your content, Seth Marie. I'm not a hater of you. I'm not going to get on here and say I don't like you for the sake of just being recognized that I'm a hater of you. Respectfully. I like your content. I always like your stand, how you took a stand on Lynn and Honor. All right? Respectfully. I want to ask you something. How much money have you sent FDMG within the past year?
Well, within the past year, overall, I said it's been hundreds of dollars, if you say overall. Within the past year, I said maybe about 100. Now, if you're talking about if I'm going to events of his, do you want to include that in? If the events
But how much have you invested in Umar from the time you said you've known him since 2009?
Oh,
right?
Okay. If you're talking about the whole totality, buying his books and going to his events and
paying for his hotels. Have you ever met him at any hotels?
No, I never met him at that. No. See, you trying to be funny. No, it's been over 1,000. It's been over 1,000. I say that. Well over 1,000.
But said, see, this is the problem I got. Said we can't assume. Like, why would you? I'm having an issue with you not believing this woman is telling the truth. That's my issue.
DERELL. Somebody can come out and say DERELL did this like anti-Afro spaghetti. She can say,
no, but that's not my daughter. That's not my daughter.
That's a lie.
My daughter. That's not my. I'm not talking about another content creator. I'm talking about your own family members saying this that experienced the neglect.
Well, like I said, if it's true, then that's some issues he needs to straighten out. And I say that publicly. If that's true, that's some issues he needs to straighten out.
But you already established that he wasn't a good father.
Well, she said he wasn't a good father. That's what she said.
Wait a minute. How you gonna be a good father and you're not there for your child?
Okay, but Umar said something different. You
didn't. Umar admitted that he don't see his children.
Well, he says that. He said, listen, I did not marry them, and that would cause a major problem. They said, if you're not married or you're not 100% focused on me.
But you did it twice.
Well, yeah. So
wait a minute. He's just slinging dick around and getting women pregnant, but you ain't good. I'm good enough to have sex, but you ain't good enough to marry.
You said you talking like Umar got 10, 11 kids. He got 2.
Well, you don't know how many we got. No, he got more than 2. Now the report is that he has 4 children, and he has a potential woman pregnant in Ghana.
Well, like I said, until some concrete evidence to the contrary comes up, I got to stick with 2.
Seth Marie, what's your relationship like with your father? You said he was a deadbeat too? Yes, your father. Is he still alive? Yes, your biological father.
My biological father passed on, and he did not pay no child support at all. So really none, little to none.
So you lived with your mother for the majority for your childhood.
Until she got remarried. Yes, until she got remarried. Correct.
And then you lived with her and your stepfather, is what you're saying?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What was the energy like as far as your mother towards your biological father?
Well, believe it or not, she said, he could do better. And she said that as far as her, she said, when you get grown and you want to reach out to your father, that's fine with me. But do not ask me because he lived in another state, because he had moved to another state. As far as you asking me or telling me to come or see him, he knows where you at. He knows your number. He knows we've been at the same location, me and my parents for over 40 years, and my grandparents over 40 years, 40, 50 years. So if he wants to reach out, he will reach out. But you have to do that once you get wrong. I have moved on. Do not be asking me about your father.
So you've been in the same position as Umar's daughter, and I'm finding it hard that you can't empathize with her, being that you had a similar experience.
Okay, well, listen, DERELL, I have been around, and like I said, it's been cases and it's been personal situations, and like I said, of course, my mother was a 30-year social worker.
Okay.
What I'm saying is this: I've heard so many stories, and some of them turned out to be lies.
Yeah, but you had the experience of not having a dad that was there for you, though.
Right, exactly.
So you're in the same position as this woman that you don't want to believe.
Yeah. Now I'm not gonna lie to you. Now I've had other relatives that kids that their fathers was not in the kids, and their mother lambasted him. They called him every name in the book. They said, "Don't be around him. Don't talk to him. He ain't doing nothing for you. You're a deadbeat." And they called him every name up, but the child of God. So
okay. But was it true? Was it true?
Well, some was, and some was out of emotion. Some said I shouldn't have said what I've said. More emotional speaking as they got older. But hey, me and him he cheated on me, or he did this or didn't do that. So it was some emotional talk.
So Seth, let's do this, Seth. I want to play Umar's response. Since you claim that this response was adequate enough for you, we need to play this response, and then I'm gonna decide. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I'm gonna play enough. But here we go.
It's too strong. Y'all know me too well for anybody to be coming out the woodworks telling you they've been trying to reach me when my number has been public for 20 years.
Now that's a goddamn lie, because myself personally and others have tried to reach you, and you pick and choose who you respond to. So that's a goddamn lie. That lady on that text message contacted you, and you didn't even know who she was. You should have your daughter's name saved and have her name in your phone. If you have a relationship, he don't even have his own daughter's name saved and number saved in his phone.
Listen, brothers and sisters, I want y'all to listen. My phone number has been the same for 20 years. So anybody telling you they've been trying to reach me and my phone number hasn't changed in 20 years, mind you, I speak at graduations in Philadelphia all the time.
Except
I'm
for
on
your
the
own daughter
street in Philadelphia all the time. I have events in Philadelphia all the time. I got family in Philadelphia everywhere, and you've been trying to find me? Stop the cap now.
Now I gotta say this, Seth. I'm taking offense to what he's saying. Because number one, your child should not be reaching out to you. You should be reaching out to your child.
Facts.
Okay.
So what the hell? So you gonna put the onus on your daughter to reach out to her goddamn
and he's
father when
responding
it should be you
defensively.
reaching out to her?
And he's responding defensively. My last question to you, Seth Marie, because I got to go. I listen in the chat in the clouds. But after you listen to this, Seth Marie, do you think that Umar Johnson should take any type of self-accountability? And if so, what? Thank you for being for allowing me on the panel. Again, do you think Umar Johnson should take any self-accountability? And if so, what? Salute.
Listen, what Umar Johnson does and what I would do is two different things. Now, would I reach out probably more to my kids? Yes. Even if I can't stand their mother? Yes, of course. But like I said, I don't agree with Umar 100% of the time. About 90% of the time, yes. 10% of the time, no. So I would probably do things differently. But like I said, I'm not in that man's life. I mean, I'm not in that man's business like that. I don't know all the circumstances surrounding that. So that's why I'm being not too judgmental, because like I said, I'm not around him, or I'm not around the daughter or her mother. So, I'm kind of like neutral on this. I'm not deciding one way or another. Yes, it would have been things I would have done differently, of course. But like I said, because I was taught that and raised like that. But like I said, I don't know all the variables surrounding that with him. So I just got to be fair and impartial.
You being fair. You think you really being, but you immediately assume she lying. You sure you being fair?
I said she could be. I said she could be. I didn't say she was. That's two different things.
Okay. Well, let me finish.
Now, can we please stop the cap, brothers and sisters? Can we please stop the cap, brothers and sisters? But let me say this. The quickest way for you to get blocked or put on the FDMG Book of Negro list The quickest way for you to get blocked or get put on the FDMG Book of Negro list, shout out to my Stockholm, Sweden Africans. I'm so happy to be in Stockholm, Sweden. I can't wait to take some pictures with our beautiful Stockholm African queens, our beautiful Scandinavian queens. I heard the Norway. But let me say this. Let me say this. If you mind my personal business, I don't care who you are, I strongly recommend you mind your business, because if you don't, you will be blocked.
Mind your business? Your daughter made this the business. What the fuck you mean, mind your business? Your business been out on the street for the last 15, 20 years. Let me know if I'm saying something wrong. Like, what business?
Well, not only is that not wrong, but as somebody that's worked in education, people do consider the principal of a school's family life to be their business. It's a public position, it's a political position, and people don't want you having stewardship over their children when you don't even raise your own. I have one final question too before I hop down, DERELL.
Go ahead.
My question is, you know, I hear a lot of talk on the internet about how men are leaders of the community. But when something like this goes wrong, certain men like Seth Marie feel really comfortable blaming women for what goes wrong in a family unit, as opposed to blaming the de facto leader, which should be the man. I hear these men tell women that they should have chosen better when they get abused or abandoned. But when these men do the abandoning, they claim the woman was so bad. But I don't hear men like Seth Marie telling Umar Johnson had his pick of any woman in the world. So why didn't he choose better? What does that say about his judgment? If DERELL could find a wife, why couldn't Umar Johnson? And so my last question is this, and again, thanks for hearing me out, fellas. If you want to blame this woman for this man having no involvement with his children, and you're making up imaginary laws that just give her the right to do that because she's a woman, I mean, that's, if you feel comfortable saying something that's stupid, I'm certainly not going to challenge you on it. I'll give you an opportunity to name said law, but if you want to change the subject to Jim Crow,
I know a law that's for women.
Okay, I'm almost done. I would love to hear it. I'm going to listen to you. My question is this. If you want to claim that the mother kept this man from his child, this child is now 22 years old. So whose fault is it that he hasn't been in her life for the past 4 years?
Yeah, that's a good question. But let me go to May, and then I'm going to go to Recognize Game. But good points, Miss Things. Hey, May, how you doing? It's been a long time.
Yeah, long time. How you doing? Y'all can hear me okay?
Yeah, you good, May.
Okay, good. Yeah, you know, I got some opinions about this stuff. I had been following this Umar thing for a while, and nothing ever smelled right. And I just find it very interesting to pick apart the brain of a person who can just stand up and deny a child. The child has to be a liar, right? And all of that stuff. That is really crazy. Do you know how hurtful that is, sir? Do you know what it's like for young people? Do you know what that's like to have somebody not only deny you, but then to publicly pretend that they have done absolutely nothing wrong? It's sad for a father not to even have his child's number in his phone. What does that tell you? You got to use some common sense here. Come on now.
Yeah, that was a parent. He don't even have his own daughter name saved in the phone. That's crazy. But Seth, you don't have any questions about that? Not having your own children phone numbers?
Oh, well, DERELL, let me say it like this. They all in Philadelphia. His 2 kids, their mamas, baby mamas, whatever you want to call them, they're all in Philadelphia. All of them. Dr. Umar in Philadelphia. So what I'm saying is this: 22 years, like I said. If they really wanted to reach out or something like that, I am sure Dr. Umar.
Oh, what about him reaching out to his daughter? See,
I agree. It goes both ways. It goes both ways. So I'm not going to say.
Okay, see, this is the problem. This is the problem with the Black community. You see that? You guys, y'all know what happens? You select so-called leaders, and in their own lives, they do not reflect any kind of order at all. They trying to lead people, and they're lost. Do you see that? Lost. You don't know how to be a father, but you want to be a father to a whole bunch of children of other parents. You want to be the guy and the leader of other people's children, but you don't lead your own. You have no patriarchy. You have no family. So you should have no standing in the black community. We got our values mixed up. That's the problem. This man is not cut out to lead a dog. You hear me? Not a dog.
I hear you. I'm gonna have to agree with that. What's going on? What's going on? Recognized game.
Yo, give me like 2 minutes. I'm sorry, man. I gotta change location.
Okay, go. Okay, we'll continue.
Well, in
So-
those 2 minutes, I want to know what this man. Why? I want to know who he blames for Umar not contacting this girl on her 18th birthday, since he claims this black woman might have stopped him from seeing his child. Who stopped him the past 4 years?
Okay, but that can work. Once she turned 18, she has free will and free will to go see her own father. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 5 years. Okay, so what stopped her? You know what I'm saying?
Because
everybody's 18 is 4. So let's
hold
start there.
on, wait, brother. We can't do this about who he is. The parent. This is on the parent.
I understand 100%. I understand 100%.
Are you sure you understand?
No, listen. I'm not a hater. I ain't say DERELL is not a hater, because but I don't know about y'all.
What does hater mean in this context? What do you mean? You're not a hater.
No, what I'm saying
this
is
man
this.
didn't contact his child. You claim because the mother legally used the law to prevent him. That law would expire upon her 18th birthday, and you're suggesting that a child and her parent raise each other, that they're both responsible to make the other feel loved and wanted and guided. Like, are you? I know you didn't have a father, so maybe you don't know.
My biological, I didn't have a biological father. Yeah.
This is the problem. Y'all see the cycle of poverty and ghetto programming? This is the problem. So what you have is broken men who don't know anything about family values. They didn't grow up in a family values situation. Then they decide they want to get on a pulpit and they want to teach a whole bunch of lost people who follow them how to live and how to be in order and have family values, and they have none. This man has been walking around talking about polygamy, talking about how he's going to marry 2 women and all this other stuff, and the man never got married. Who follows that? He's not living by example. This is common sense. And sir, your new name is Mr. No Accountability. You are a sad excuse for a black man to sit up here and act like this is okay. This is not revolutionary. This is not pro-black, and a damn show ain't pan-African. This is ridiculous. You need to reconsider what your values are for real, because you clearly don't have family values at all. None.
Okay,
You don't know anything about parenting.
Okay, I will say this. Let me ask you two ladies something. Was y'all Dr. Umar supporters, or did y'all like or dislike Umar before this? Did y'all like or dislike Umar before this?
Why is that relevant? What's wrong with you?
No, it's relevant.
What is this, a high school popularity contest? We're talking about the obligations of a father. What is wrong with you?
No, it's
I can answer your question. I used to be a Umar supporter when I used to be woke and stupid and consider myself pro-black. And then I realized that you got niggas and you got black people, and they were different. And Umar is a nigga. That's why I don't follow him anymore. He acts like a nigga because he has children all over the place. He's a whore. He's not a leader. He's not organized. He's a bum, and he doesn't work. And I paid $35 to go and see him anytime he used to come to Atlanta when I was a follower. And then I started really, really digging into him and his fake made-up PhD that he got from some pilgrims or some shit out in the middle of the field or something. He made up a self-designed degree, and I realized he has no standing. He has none. And I'm an educator, retired teacher. And you know what? I sent him a message and I asked him, did he have an administrative board over his school? And you know what he said? He said no. I said, how you going to start a school if you don't have a steering committee, an administrative board, anybody who oversees the development of this school? No response, sir. That's the proof I got.
Can I ask the ladies up on here a question? Because I want to kind of get an idea of where y'all coming from as far as your personal experience. Do you have kids, and are you married or unmarried?
How is that relevant?
Why are you only asking
that's
that of the
exactly
women?
what we're talking about. I can't
Why are
even
you
ask the
only
question.
asking that of the women, though?
Well, that's who I wanted to ask.
But where are you going with it? What is your
I mean, like somebody just told the gentleman that he doesn't really have, he has a certain experience that makes him incapable as a person who has no biological father in his life. So you kind of
That's
made
not
light of
exactly what
you
happened.
kind of
You're
made light of
misquoting.
his opinion. I'm trying to answer you. So
No,
because
but
of that,
you're
right? So
misquoting.
I'm asking, all right, so let me answer you if you want me to answer you. This is where I'm coming from, why I believe is relevant.
Okay.
If you are somebody who's chosen to have kids by somebody who you're not married to, you pretty much don't care about your kids if you think that it's best for them to have a good father in their life. So you have actually stacked the deck against your own kids. If you're a person who's capable of doing that, then I think that your actual opinion is irrelevant
Would you
in
say
this
the same thing
discussion.
about Umar
Thank you.
Johnson?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think you and
That's
Umar are in
fair.
the same boat. You can say the same things about you. You don't care about your kids if you're gonna sit up there and have a
You're
kid
not
with
talking to
somebody you're
me.
not married to. Because this is what happens when you're not married. You end up down there at the
Who are
family
you
court.
talking to?
I'm talking to whoever is not married, like the
Oh,
women the women who didn't require marriage from Umar Johnson in order to lay up and have his kid 9 months later after they conceived, and anybody else who fits that description.
I'm
You in the
sorry, but
same boat.
your point is falling very
I
deaf.
know my
It's falling
point.
deaf.
You don't want to hear my point apparently. But look, somebody was asking about some laws that
yeah, I
benefit
listened to your point. I
women.
just didn't understand how it was
I
relevant.
know that was somebody else that said my point is falling. But anyway, I think I made perfect sense. I'm actually reiterating and boots resting actually everything that you guys just said about Umar. But
Buttressing?
I mean, tomato, tomato. But
Okay.
anyway, you knew what if you knew what I was saying, then you didn't need to correct me. All right, don't be a jerk. But anyway,
No, I was
Ooh.
trying to be
a
helpful. You want
law,
to keep being
okay, a
wrong.
law that benefits women in the family court. If you are one of these slores out here and you have a kid with somebody and you blame it on a guy who you know is not the father, and he goes down there like a sucker and he signs that birth certificate the day that he's in the delivery room with you, and then a year or so later he finds out or he finally concedes to the facts that this is not actually his kid, he got to pay child support as if that is his kid. So that's one law. All right.
Right.
Then there's
Right.
another law for men who actually do marry these slurs and they step out on them and have a kid with somebody else. And guess what, gentlemen? Just because you're married to her, you have to take care of the kid. You're automatically the father because you're married to a slur. And she had a kid with somebody and stepped out on you. So those are two laws, but we can get into more if you want more that benefit
No, I
women.
have a question back for that.
Okay.
So, just so we're clear, if you're married to a woman and she deceives you and has a baby outside of the marriage, that baby is still presumed to be a product of a marriage, is I think the way the law puts it, correct?
The way the law puts it is that you have to pay child support for a child that's not yours, and you're considered the father by law,
Yes,
even
that's how
Were
though
we
you
you
call the
know
father.
agreeing
it's
with
not
me
your
or
kid.
correcting me? I'm not sure why you said all
All
that.
right, just go ahead and continue, lady. I'm not your man. We're not gonna sit up here and argue back and forth.
I
You're gonna
was continuing.
you're gonna
You
say
gave a
your
whole
point,
speech.
and I'm not gonna care about your feelings at all. So go ahead and say what you're gonna
I
say.
didn't ask you
Don't
to
keep
care
going
about
back
my
and forth.
feelings. You seem very hostile and frustrated.
What it is these men that are on this panel right here, they're very invested in non-fathering. They're invested. They're
You know
invested
what?
in
Why is he
defending
being
not
Fake
fathering.
frustrated with
news.
me?
Fake
Did I
news.
ask him to care about my feelings? I hear the abusive language he's using
Can you
towards
make
all
your
this weird
point?
shit.
Can you make your
Obviously, he
point?
has mommy
Can you
issues.
make
I'm
your
trying to
point?
get through this.
Can you make your point?
Yes. So I think that oftentimes women find themselves married to men who they thought would be good husbands because
Hey, you guys, listen. Hey, wait a second, y'all. It's a really bad, like 3 layers of echo. Everybody might need to mute. It's three
Hold
layers
on.
of echo.
That's Seth. I got it. I got it.
I
I'm
was about to
muted.
say
I'm
I
muted.
bet it's Seth. He don't seem
Yeah,
to.
go ahead. I got it. I got
So
it.
thank you,
That was
DRL.
Seth.
I
I
knew
had
it
to
was
put
him.
Seth on mute.
I would have
Go ahead.
bet good money it was him. But yeah, I just want to say, do you feel the same way when women are deceived into marrying men who end up to be narcissists or abusive or call them slurs or emotionally degrade them? When those women find
Well, I
themselves
only
single
call
mothers because the
slurs.
men deceived them, are they also being victimized by their gender, or does that only apply to men who are deceived?
First, I like to point out how you tried to categorize all women in the group with women who have actually deceived men into believing that they were
I
the
did.
father of the biological father of their kids. Yeah, don't put everybody together. I'm only talking about
I didn't do
slurs
that.
in the context. Well, I'm only talking about slurs. You said women. I'm talking about slurs who have intentionally deceived men into believing
I
that they
said the
have
women who
fathered
deceived men.
their child. All right, so it's not offensive or disrespectful or abusive, the language that you use, to call somebody what they are. All right, that's not abusive. So
I'm not going
second
to
of
argue
all,
with you about that. That wasn't my point.
women who enter into a relationship with a man who's already demonstrated certain characteristics, behavior traits
I said women who are
during the
deceived. It's funny how you don't say
let me
these
finish.
women.
No,
No, because you're
exactly.
changing
Be
my
quiet.
question.
I'm talking, Miss,
You're
let me
not
answer
answering
you.
the
All right.
question though.
I'm trying to answer you. You don't want the answer because these are things,
No, because
character
you're
traits that
changing
have
it
been
into these.
revealed
No,
while you're dating.
DERELL.
All right, let me finish.
Hold on,
Women who
let
are
him finish,
dating a
Carrie Ann.
man
Let
who
him
is
finish.
right, because this is
But
ridiculous.
he's
She think
changing
I'm
my
her man. That's
question
why
so
she
he
Hold
can
on, hold
can't.
on,
answer the way
hold
he
on,
wants
Carrie
to.
Ann.
I'm
Just
not.
let him get out. You can
I'm
rebuttal. Just let
answering
him get
your
it out.
question.
You're not
I'm
answering my
literally
question.
answering your question.
You're not.
This is why you're
Carrie Ann,
single. I
let him
guarantee
get
you,
it
you're
out, Carrie
single and
Ann. Let him get
unmarried.
it out.
You're single and unmarried because you don't know how to stop talking. This is why
Okay.
you're single, and I'm married. That's
Okay.
why.
Red
So
pill
listen,
alert, red pill alert, red pill alert.
the answer is these people who are in relationships, they reveal themselves during the relationship. But what I'm talking about is something that happens while you're in a relationship with somebody who has not revealed themselves to be deceitful. If somebody is in a relationship and they're abusive and you choose to continue on to have a relationship with them, that's totally different than being married to somebody and then you step out and you have a child with the neighbor and you claim that this is your man's child. All right, that's much different. Much different. So put your question in proper context.
Y'all, listen.
Women
We
who
gotta get
women
down.
who
Can
have
we get down
women
to?
who
Can
have
we get
kids,
down to some? Can we get down to some concept?
women who have
Can we have a
I'm
children,
gonna
consensus?
finish
women who
this.
have children with men
You're
who they're not
repeating
married
yourself,
to
sir. You're repeating
do
yourself.
not care about their kids.
You already
Can we
said
get?
that.
Can we get a consensus?
It's in the
You're just
statistics. It's
filibustering.
in
You
the
already said
statistics.
that.
Okay,
The
well
question I
address that.
have is this
Address
for
it.
everybody on the panel, because we getting in the weeds. For everybody on the panel, do we agree that if you have a child that's male or female, from the time they're born, that you owe them the responsibility for their entire life to be a parent? Do we agree to that or not?
I'm not ready to move
You
on
should be
yet.
a
I want to
parent to him.
finish
Yeah.
what I was talking about. And DERELL said I could speak after old boy. So I just want to
Oh,
say, I
somebody
think
need
it's
to answer.
interesting
Think
that
is gonna answer my question.
the question that I asked was, is it fair, or I want to clarify, because it seems like somebody added a bunch of spice into it so they could continue to villainize women who they clearly have a problem with. But again, are we saying that when men end up being disappointments to their wives, that all their deception had been apparent ahead of time, but when women are deceptive to their husbands, there were never signs? Like, can't both people be manipulative and hide the more toxic parts of their character until they're locked into a relationship with children? Or is it only men who can be deceived? Are men so foolish that women can trick them all the time into thinking they'll be a virtuous wife, but then they're not? But women, when they find themselves deceived that their husband cheated on them, they should have known ahead of time, because there were magically always signs when the perpetrator has a penis. Like, what are we saying?
I think
Can't
we're
both
talking about
people be
having a
deceived?
kid. Everybody cheat. 99% of people on earth cheat, but we talking about having a
What?
kid and blaming it on somebody. That's what we talking about. All y'all cheated before. I don't know a woman that didn't cheat. You never cheated on anybody in any relationship you've been in. You might not be cheating right now, but you've cheated before in high school and
No, I
college. You was
haven't.
smutting at the
What?
cafeteria party. Yes, you was. All y'all do it. What you
It's
mean?
something
You
wrong with
talking to
you.
a seasoned veteran?
A
Oh,
veteran
okay.
of
Yeah.
what?
Well, look,
Sports?
we don't have your whole body count written on you like a NASCAR driver, right?
So
But what
what?
we do know is statistically,
Red pill alert. Red pill
most
alert.
women
Red
cheat.
pill alert.
All right. So no, I'm just somebody who smashed a lot of dudes' wives. That's all.
Ew.
Yeah, I'm keeping it a bean. So y'all can't really tell me that this
So
ain't
you're a
true.
sexual
All
deviant, so
right,
you
so
see deviancy
moving
everywhere
right
you look.
along, as somebody with 17 years of experience, also in human services and social services, I can tell you right now, from being down at the family court plenty of times, that a lot of times the man can't see the child based on the family court agreement because the woman won't allow it, because they
Oh, so
fight
she could
against
just say,
50-50
I won't
custody.
allow him to
So
see my
all the
child.
men,
This
excuse
is
me,
a lot of
ma'am,
victimhood
excuse
talk,
me,
sir.
single, all the
This is
single
a lot of
ladies,
victimhood
all the
talk.
Won't
We
single
don't
allow
want to
him
ladies,
do
to
a
see
all
her.
the
victimhood
single
conversation.
ladies, all the single ladies. Can you please let me finish talking? All right. So when you go down there, there's
Who you
actually
calling single?
documentation. All right. Because you single, all right. You ain't got no
I'm
man,
single.
and
I'm
and
not
your kids
single.
are
I'm not.
have no father.
I
Okay,
never
guys,
answered.
I don't
Oh,
I
want
well,
us
you
to
never
ain't
get.
married.
answered your
You ain't
question.
married.
Hold on,
I
guys. Hold
never
on.
All right,
answered
and I
your
know why.
question.
So let me finish. All
Hold
right.
on.
Well, don't answer now.
Hold on, guys. I don't want us to personalize this. I mean, we can talk about the different
Well, he got a
fundamental
lot of anger
aspects of this
towards
that
women,
relate to
Darrell.
relationships or why Umar did
Personalizing it.
what
We
he did.
talking about
But I don't
Umar.
want us to get into this verbal thing about what we got going on in our life and put this into this
Oh, not,
discussion. I just don't want to go because we'll be going, we'll lose
well,
track of
they lose.
everything.
You lose credibility. You lose credibility, just like Umar loses credibility when he got 2 kids out of wedlock, and he telling all black men that we ain't worth a damn if we ain't married to our baby
How does
mama.
that make me
All right,
lose
so that's
credibility?
you lose credibility when you have an opinion about somebody and you're doing the exact thing that you disparaging this
What
person
am I
about.
doing? What are
So
you talking
yeah,
about?
all right, everybody up here got an
You
opinion
sound,
about
sir,
Umar and
sir.
how
You
he need to be
sound hurt. You
accountable.
sound
But
hurt.
when the
You
the
sound.
women
Lose
who are having these
credibility. What is
kids
he
with
talking
these
about?
men and they're not married to them, they need to be accountable because they got the
So,
power of
so, so,
choice, don't
so
they?
recognize
Nobody
that
even
you're
disagreed
basically
with you.
saying
What are you
that
talking
we need to
about?
look at those who qualified to talk about this issue. There's certain people that should not be speaking on it based on their own life decisions. Is
Yeah,
that what
like these women up here that
You're
got
the one
all
that's
this to
been
say,
sleeping
but
with all
so,
these
they
women and being
literally
a
got
slut and
they
sleeping with all these
literally got
married
kids out of
people.
wedlock. And,
What?
and I'll wait for y'all to tell me if y'all don't have kids out of wedlock. I want to know how that's going
no,
in
Sir,
the
they
sir.
family
don't.
court.
They don't.
Let me say this. Let me say.
Oh,
I'm
y'all
still
Okay.
trying
quiet
to
though.
figure out how
Y'all
he knows
quiet
I
on
cheated
that
on all
topic.
these
I'm
people
just
just because
saying.
he got a shitty job down at the family court and he slept with a
Y'all
bunch of
awfully
married women.
quiet.
Why gotta be a slut like his
No, they
wife?
was all.
Why just because he a
I got a
slut and
real
married a
mean track
slut? Why
record.
I gotta be a wife just because him, his mama, and his wife and sisters is all a bunch of whores? Why I gotta be a whore?
Hey, if you have a
What if
kid out
every
of
woman he
wedlock,
ever met was cheating on their husband?
there's a
All
name
he
for
kicking
you.
with is degenerate, dirty pussy bitches. His whole family ain't nothing but a bunch of dirty
Nah,
pussy
you better check
bitches.
my
Why
record.
I gotta be
You
a
better
dirty pussy
you
bitch
better check my
just because he
record.
a low life nigga that married a
Hey,
low
just
life bitch
because your
and had a
kids
bunch
are
of
out of
low life
wedlock
kids
don't
with
mean
her?
mine are.
Huh?
Just because nobody wanted to marry you don't mean my wife running around without no daddy for her kids.
You just
You
said
better.
everybody cheats. So you got a dirty dick, she got a dirty pussy.
Yeah,
Your kids
everybody
gonna have
has
dirty dick
cheated.
pussy.
Right.
Your
Everybody
mama got
has
a dirty
cheated.
pussy. Your daddy
Right.
got a
So I
dirty
don't
dick.
trust none of you
All your
floors.
sisters dirty whores.
Everybody
Your
has cheated.
aunties
You
whores. Your
have cheated.
grandmama was a
Listen,
whore.
Like I
listen,
You
said,
sir,
said
sir.
all
You are
this.
you
trying to
have
get away
cheated.
from the topic. You're
You
trying to
said
get
all
You
personal
this.
have
and get away
cheated.
from the
All
topic.
y'all
Just
Why do
having
you
because
want to
kids,
get
every
away
but
from
woman
the
you
in
don't
your
know who
topic?
the
pussy,
daddy
just
is.
because every
Can we
woman
go
in your
back
Y'all
to
don't
the
life
even
got
know
a
who
topic,
the
which
dirty
is
father
ass
of your
Umar?
kids
pussy,
are.
don't mean I do.
Can we
You
go
don't
back to
even
the
know who the
topic?
father of your kids are.
Can we go back to the
Or at least
topic
he
of
don't
I
know.
Umar?
don't know the father of my kids.
Can we
Where?
go back to the topic of Umar, please?
Do all kids have the right to know who their biological father is? Can we
Yes.
have DNA tests once for all, paid for by tax dollars. Every single child born in America should have the right, the birthright, to know who their parent is.
Especially your kids, because they no telling who your wife was fucking. You know what I'm saying?
You right.
Carrie,
But guess what?
no.
My kids
Carrie,
already got that
no.
right.
My
They already
daddy ain't need
exercised
no
their right.
test.
Because
My
I
mama
don't have
ain't
no
no hoe
kids
like
who
yours
didn't come with
was.
paperwork. I ain't like
Hey
you.
y'all, can
I
I
don't have
make a
kids that
statement,
don't come
sir?
with paperwork.
My daddy
Sir,
ain't
All
I
need
my
no
know,
kids
test.
got DNA
My
tests.
daddy ain't need
sir.
no test.
Can I make a statement, sir,
Yeah, your
without you
daddy is
interrupting, please?
somebody. He might
Sir,
be your
sir,
daddy.
can you,
That might not be
sir,
your
can you,
daddy.
sir, can I
I
make
see
a,
y'all quiet on the DNA
Go
can
test
ahead.
I,
My
call.
daddy wasn't out
Y'all
fucking
quiet
everybody
can
on
I
else
make
that.
with
a,
like infectious diseases.
DNA.
Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
yeah, what I want to say real quick is, just without being uninterrupted, I want to say this. The fact is that if Umar is the parent, y'all, there's an echo. Y'all, it's a big echo. It's a big echo.
Hold on. Let me see who that is. Go ahead.
Okay, the thing is this: if Umar is the father of either one or two or more of these children, the fact is he owes a responsibility. There's no excuse at all. Any man or woman who sits and tries to find an excuse for him not to be a father, whether he's married or not, is a poor excuse. There's no accountability, and that's not a good thing because children, and I know as a teacher, children are hurt, deeply hurt, and they are scarred for life by absentee parents, whether that's the mother or the father. Let's not get into the gender war. Let's deal with human emotion and human needs. One of the most important needs you have in life is security. Security comes from knowing that you have two parents. That's how you were born. You have two parents who are here for you economically, emotionally, and in every other way, safety and all of that, providing. If Umar is absent from his children, there is no excuse under the sun if you have any manhood. Does anybody want to disagree with that?
Yeah, I think
No, I
there should be
totally
two
agree.
biological parents that are determined at birth, and I think there should be a DNA test mandated by law, so
You already
everybody
said
knows
that.
who their
Stop
actual parents
filibustering.
are. All
You
right, but I
already
asked
said
the
that.
question. Can you answer? Do you agree with that? Yes or no? I asked the question.
Right, and
I've
then you
had
started
several
repeating
questions
yourself. Let
that
the
you're
lady talk
refusing
for a
to
little while.
answer. Well, answer. She just asked the question,
I
and I said
already
yes.
answered. I already said yes, I
I
agree.
answered her question.
And
I
then you started
answered her
repeating the
question.
same old shit.
Right. Yeah, because nobody answered my question.
So
I
we're all
asked
on the
several
same page. We're
questions.
all on the
We're
Nobody's
same
all on the
page,
same
answered.
page
which is
because
that
nobody.
All right, so everybody should have
Umar
two
owes a
biological parents,
responsibility
and
to
women are
his
absolutely in
kids.
opposition to that.
I wish this woman
You
could
women
talk
are
for a
in
minute, D.
opposition to
Darrell.
that.
It would be nice.
Okay.
No,
We
y'all. All right.
we,
Well, yeah,
we
just keep
hey,
dismissing
recognize
what I'm saying, D.
we
You're a great
established.
host.
Now I don't agree that
All right,
taxpayers
nobody's
should be
gonna answer
paying
my question.
for DNA tests, and I think that the two parents who create the child should pay for that. That's my only issue. But I get the sentiment. I get it. Any response, said Marie? You've been quiet.
Oh, hey, I'm back. I'm back. It was entertaining, and my mic was up.
So
My mic was
how do you
muted.
feel about the DNA stuff, the DNA testing for children?
If that's something Trump, well, listen, I'm not saying
Trump?
he's gonna do it, whatnot. But yes, I agree with that. Because I've known guys who kids are not theirs, they still got to pay child support on. Now that is real. That's realer than real. So however you want to say it, that is very
worry
accurate.
about the kids, man. Worry about the kids. See, we always put things in the context of the adults. The kids deserve to know who their biological parents are.
And I agree with you.
It's
I
not
agree with you
about the
100%.
adults.
I agree with that. And I
I agree with that.
I want to answer the DNA question. I just wanted to make sure the young lady had a chance to finally get her whole point across before we move back to somebody that's already been talking. Were you done, May the Alchemist?
Yeah, only thing I was going to say is, yeah, I absolutely agree that it's a man's right and a child's right to have a DNA test. I would hope that children were born into a family with a marriage. I would prefer that. But yeah, you definitely have a right as a man, as a woman, as a child to get a DNA test to make sure. It's sad that people have to worry about stuff like that. It really is. And I think that is a sign that we need to check ourselves. If you need to go and get DNA tests and you're concerned, both parties are questionable individuals. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I
Exactly, they
definitely think
are.
that.
That's why you need a DNA test, because everybody's questionable. You're
Well, I
supposed to just
definitely think
know
It
that.
has to be
Thank
fairness
goodness.
by
across the
right.
board.
You
Well,
should know
thank goodness there's
by right.
families
There
that
should be no
don't.
discretion.
families that don't. Well, it's already your right. I think the only debate was whether or not taxpayers should pay for it. But any man can get his child
Yeah, by
tested. It's
law.
your right. Yeah, it's your right by
By
law to
law,
get any test you
every
want done.
person should have a human right. Every human
Oh, I
should
think
have a
that what
human
you're
right
saying is not
to
that it
know
should
who
be
their
a right, but that it
biological
should be an
parents are.
obligation. Yeah, because you already have medical rights over your own children by virtue of being their father.
Okay, all right. Well, it should be a right to the child. Okay, you keep saying the adult. There should be a right for every child to have a DNA test for both people who sign that birth certificate. Because when you
I
get
agree.
older
Well, yeah, but
and
children don't
you
have
find
medical
out that
rights.
it's not your dad, when you get older and you find out that it's not your real dad, and they tell you when you 10 and 11 and 12 years old, it literally crushes you. And ask the educator about that.
Well, let me tell you what also crushes you when you do know who your father is, or you've been told your father is, and they're not there.
All right,
Let,
don't
let
change
me
the
let me say
topic
let me
because
say
that's
something.
obvious.
Let
That's
me say
obvious.
something,
That's
sir.
why
Let me
somebody
say
can.
one thing. Let me say one thing.
She's
Let me
being
say
so
one thing.
patient. Go ahead, sis.
Thank you. I appreciate it, y'all. And y'all, there's an echo again. It's an echo. I don't know if the people who are listening can hear
Okay,
clearly with
go
the
ahead.
echo, so I'm not sure.
All right, mute me.
Okay. Okay, so this is the thing. I'm going to tell you as an educator, I'm going to be brief about it. I was an English teacher for many years, teaching at-risk kids here in Atlanta at an alternative school. Brilliant kids, resilient children. But when we would do poetry, I may have shared this before, when we would do poetry, I had to stop doing poetry because almost every single time we would do open mic and poetry during Black History Month, where they can write about anything they want. Do you guys know what the topic always came to? 9 times out of 10, most of my class, at-risk Black kids, majority Black boys, they would almost be in tears. I don't care how hard and gangster they were. They would be writing poems, and I would have to deal with the emotional toll. I would listen to them, and I would hear them call their daddy a nigga. I hate you. You low down nigga. You was never there for me. I hate you. I mean, it was it's like rage boiling in these boys. Boiling in these boys.
That's
I don't.
wild. You know, I had a
Yeah.
similar experience. I'm also an English teacher, and I had to stop assigning. I would give, and I've had some experience with at risk, some gifted. I've been all over the place, but I had to stop assigning. I used to give a free writing assignment where they would rewrite the Cinderella myth, right, or fairy tale in their own with their own ending. And I had to stop giving that because the girls will always be writing about getting molested or violated by their mom's boyfriends or something. So I had a really similar experience with that. And I just wanted to answer his question because I didn't before. I'm a leftist, so I actually think all healthcare should be free at the cost of delivery. So that wouldn't just apply to DNA tests. I would just think childbirth should be free, that everything, all medical care should be free. So I don't disagree with him. I don't disagree with him. I just probably So I feel like he asked that question with a lot of hostility and anger, but it turns out everybody agreed with him.
Don't mischaracterize my don't mischaracterize what I said. Just answer the question.
I did.
You try to you dismissed what I said with hostility.
I didn't.
All right?
You're
I
just
said it
being
so many
hostile.
times that I had to repeat myself several times because you tried to
Sir, you trying to do
what I
everything
was
but talk
actually
about
talking
Umar
about.
being
All right,
accountable.
well, I think you're being hostile.
You're trying to dismiss everything except talk about Umar.
All right, right. And I'm trying to tell you that Umar. Okay, I said
If you
Umar.
don't know
First of
that
all,
you're being
you couldn't hear what
hostile,
I
that's
said about
really
Umar
sad.
because I also said something about you. I also said something. I asked a question and you guys immediately went on the defensive. I asked a question when I originally got on this live. I said to put things in proper context and to see if people have any type of way that they could be they could actually make it make sense to us, that they could have so much to say about a parent who's made rash decisions or irresponsible decisions if they've done so themselves, because that's
Right. You
exactly what I
asked, but
heard
we
you
don't
guys
have
saying
to
about
answer your
Umar.
questions. We're
Well,
not
that's what,
your wife.
okay,
You
you
don't
don't
have
have to.
dominion over us.
Well,
We don't
all right,
have
you
to
don't have to
answer
say
anything about
anything.
ourselves. We don't want to.
All right, well, you're fake.
So you're
That
more
makes
than
you
welcome
fake.
to ask, but to
That
start
makes you
getting
fake
hostile
and your
because you
statement's
didn't get
illegitimate.
your way. We don't owe you any submissions,
I
sir.
didn't. No, we are literally having a discussion. You asked
Sir,
me
you
what I
sound
wanted to ask, and
angry.
then you just ignored it because it was pertaining to
Right, because
you.
we don't have
See
to
how that
answer
works?
it.
And that's why you're single. That's why
This
You
you're
already
conversation,
single and your kids
this
don't listen to you while
conversation,
your father in the
Recognize, let's
household.
not get
That's why.
personal,
You
brother.
didn't. You
You don't
already
have to
That's
told
get
me that's
why.
why
personal.
I'm single. I didn't
Because of
argue
your
with you.
personality.
Recognize, we don't have to get personal,
Okay.
man. We don't have
All
to
right.
talk about why somebody's
Exactly.
single or
I mean,
something.
this
but I don't
I
think
don't
you're
even know
conversation,
her.
single. That could be
I
why
don't
I'm
even
single.
know.
That's fine.
you guys, the
She's
echoes
just a
there. You guys
statistic.
listen. We
She's
don't
just
need to be
a
personal.
statistic, man. I don't know her.
We
I
don't
just
need to,
know. I just know if I'm
sir.
gambling,
You're
If
if I'm
throwing
you're
a whole
very,
gambling
can you
tantrum
calm
and
before I
down?
something
can
is
answer your
75%
question.
likely
Can you
to hit,
calm down?
then
Can
I'm
you
gonna put
calm down?
place up.
He's
I'm a
so
bet on
Can
black.
you calm down?
I'm a bet on black. Every time the odds is
Are you
75
okay?
to
Are you
25.
okay? Just
All right.
breathe. Just
The
10
odds,
seconds. Just
the
breathe.
odds are with me.
Breathe for 10
All right.
seconds. Just 10
So
seconds.
Do you
one
think
thing
that's
that you
an
guys
insult
need
Oh,
to
to me
know
to
is
say
that
that
when
I'm
those
single?
black boys are in the classroom and they're pouring their heart out to you about something that's going on in the family court that they don't quite understand what's going on the other side of that petition. When the man is trying to get 50-50 custody and he just want to pay half of the bills and he want to have half of the decision-making capacity and he want to have half of everything, and this woman on the other side fights him tooth and nail on that, then that got to tell you right there that we got to go back and research
What
this
is the
paperwork,
scenario you're
young
making up?
bull.
That never
We
came
got to
up in my
go
sir,
classroom.
because
you
this
are
is how
having
it
a lot
goes.
of
This is
trauma.
how it works.
D. Durrell, can he get counseling,
No,
please? Give him some
I have
counseling.
experience.
He needs
I have
counseling. He's having
professional
personal
experience. That's where
projections.
y'all
Yeah,
go
we can
well. Y'all
tell.
think y'all
We
the
can
only
tell.
ones
You
that
got
work at the
personal
family court.
experience.
Y'all don't know
You got
anything.
personal
Y'all
baggage you're
lying.
bringing
We
to this
haven't
Y'all
said you
half
know
conversation.
the truth.
anything. You're the one
No, I
telling
have
us we're
professional
sluts and we cheat
experience.
on people
I
just
have
because your wife's a
professional
whore.
experience. Casework, professional experience.
I
Seeing
think you
a
got
hoe
personal
over
What
experience.
here
is
trying to
wrong with
Personal.
stop,
you?
trying to
He's
interfere
melting
with
down and
business.
crashing out. You're
Do y'all
crashing
know
out, sir.
anything about
Look at
You're
him.
wraparound
crashing out.
services?
Can
Do
you
y'all
calm
know what
down?
wraparound services are?
If you're
You
the
can
one
keep
married
trying to
with a
talk
wife,
me
how come
down,
you're
but
not
there's
happier
a
than me? Why
mother
are you
and
so
there's a
frustrated and I'm
father.
chilling?
He's
Because everything
upset.
that you're saying is misleading the people. And it's
It is.
enabling
Everything
a
I said
system.
misleads the
It's
people.
enabling family court to continue to
Oh,
rummage through
wow.
our
How did I
I've
community.
get
never
in
That's what
been.
family
it's
court?
doing. All
I
right?
I've
don't have.
never
I
been
didn't
to
know I had
family
that much
court.
by
power.
by
What's a
I've never been to
disempowering
family
panel that
court.
men,
I
enables
don't
you
know
to
by
do
anything
court?
about child support.
empowering women as the sole. You guys don't want to stop talking because family court empowers women at the tune of 75% of the time spent with the child. And you have to go
Okay, can
through
we go
hell and
back to
high
Umar being
water
a
to
father? Can we
actually
go
be a
back to
person who
that?
can see their child half as
Can we
much
go back to
as
that?
the other parent. So
Can we?
when you're a parent who wants to deny a child the same opportunity to have equal parenting from both parents, you are grossly negligent and
Well,
you
did
should
you
be
know
held
that when
accountable
fathers
as the
apply
parent.
for full custody, they get it 70% of the time?
But what do they have to do to get it?
I mean, regardless, they get it. So if a
Why
man
do they
wants
have to
custody of his
apply?
child, he's more
Why
than
do they
likely to.
have to
Why
apply
are you
when
yelling
they're
at
the
me?
parent?
Is this
Because
how you talk
that's
Because
to
part
it
a
that's
sounds
wife?
part of the
goofy.
He's
Why
hurt.
do they have to apply for something
Brother
that
D.
You're
should
the
be
one
Durrell.
worried
given
Brother
about
D.
right
your
Durrell.
then?
Do
child.
you hear the
Why
Because
pain in this
you
man?
have
Brother
petitioned
are
D.
you?
court
Durrell. Do you
for
hear the
more than
pain in this
50%.
man?
hold
Why
on,
is he
guys.
yelling at me?
D.
Hold on,
Durrell.
guys.
Do you hear the pain in
Recognize,
this
hey,
man?
recognize this part of the legal
Oh, y'all
process.
mad because I'm passionate about y'all in the family court destroying
Why
the
Recognize,
are you
black
recognize,
passionate
community?
listen
about
to
me? I
me.
don't know you.
Hold on, recognize
I'm
that's
not
part of
passionate
the
about you.
process.
You're nobody.
You
You
have
You're a
to
just said
pay
single
for it.
y'all.
parent. You're a single
Recognize you
parent
have to pay
who
for
I'm
it.
a
You
single
contributes
have
parent.
to
greatly
go
to
through
the
the
whole
legal
phenomenon.
process. It's
I
not
am.
going to be
You're
free.
an you're an unmarried parent who contributes to this whole phenomenon.
No,
Are you
okay,
sure?
recognize. Okay, let's slow down. Listen, that's the process.
DeRell, did you know I'm a single parent?
Hold on, Miss Sun. You have to pay for it. You have to pay for it. That's part of the process. It's not free. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not fair. It's not a question of what's fair or not. That's the process. We have to go by the process. But as it relates to Umar, Umar didn't even, just like a lot of black men, they're not willing to go through the process. Umar,
Bad echo, bad echo. Y'all got a really bad echo.
he wasn't willing to go through the process. He wasn't willing to go through the process.
It's
I mean,
better
he left
without
out.
dudes.
I don't know if he got frustrated about it, but I mean, you got to go through the process. I mean, it costs. It costs to make children.
Thank you, DERELL.
You can't be making kids and thinking shit's supposed to be free. Like,
well, one of
that
the
don't
things
make
I
sense.
think that these red pill men miss, and it's like, I don't know if they're incapable of understanding or they just kind of get together in their support group to yell about how frustrated they are with women because their wives and mothers are all whores and everything. But if a man has to pay, let's say hypothetically, right? A man has to pay $50,000 to divorce his wife, right? And like you said, get custody. Do you think that's a fair estimate for the average person?
For the average person, how much?
50 grand. And I mean, I'm including the
50
lawyer.
grand?
No,
50
I'm including the divorce and the equity they would lose in like a house or something. I'm trying to be like fair, like what it really cost them. The average person around 50, right?
Yeah, okay. I'll go with that.
You see, I'm trying to just make it as fair to the man as possible. Let's say the equity he's put into the house, whatever car, whatever, you know what I mean? The divorce, the lawyer, just like for a nice fair estimate, 50 grand. The average American makes 66 grand a year. When a woman gives birth to a man's child, a lot of these red pill men and men who are whores and they married whores and their mom's a whore, so they, they have all these rage about DNA tests and everything. They think that a woman having a baby is like her natural state, like we just spit out babies. But the average woman's career by having one child suffers a 4-year setback.
Right.
So to say all the time that divorces favor women, it's like, dude, women, whether these men respect women or not, and whether they're out here just treating all these 17 different women like holes that they can just fuck and move on. When a woman has a man's child, she is sacrificing hundreds of thousands of dollars in earning alone.
Can I ask you
that's
something?
that's what she's making that.
Well, if she's the average worker.
Yeah,
let me.
But I get what you're saying.
Now, if she's already staying at home, right? Well, he's gonna have to pay more than 50 grand to divorce a woman that don't work anyway, right?
There is a financial sacrifice. That's
right.
true.
Because if the woman is working, if the woman ain't working, you got to pay a hell of a lot more than 50 grand to divorce her. So let's be real, right? I'm talking about the average man. These niggas all delude themselves that they're 6-figure niggas. But if y'all both working, even if your wife continues to work, she's still sacrificing 4 years of income, because when a woman takes maternity leave, she doesn't only lose that year, she's less likely to get promotions. She's more likely to lose her job. And again, this isn't talking about the spiritual and physical sacrifices that women give up to bear these men's children. So I just wanted to add this on the board. I just wanted to be like, let's round out this bullshit about how divorce benefits women. No, it doesn't. There is no bigger sacrifice.
It can affect men and women. I mean, depending on
right. Be fair.
Yeah, that's true too, but they don't ever bring that part up. I agree.
And also the children. The children, if it affects all three parties.
Well, I'd like to say this. I think that one of the first things that y'all, it's the echo. It's echoing. One of the first things I would say is this: that we got to remember that if we don't do things with order, then we're going to choose chaos.
Okay.
So when you have children, when you have children outside of wedlock, and why do I say that? People, what does marriage matter? It does matter, because marriage essentially is a contractual agreement. It's a formal agreement. It's a business contract. It really is. And when you get married, you have the choice to get a prenuptial agreement. Men can stop playing victims. I'm not doing gender war. I'm married. I don't play gender war games. I don't. I got no use for it. Yeah, I got no use for gender war. Yeah, I wake up to a man every day. I don't got no excuse for no gender warring on my side. So I'll say this, that you have ways you can protect yourself as a man. So I'm not really buying the victimhood. I have a good friend on YouTube who promotes men protecting themselves by having prenuptial agreements. And prenuptial agreements work for both men and women. People who do things with order, yeah, people who do things with order, they make decisions. And to the sister's point, Janet Jackson had a prenuptial agreement because she married a billionaire and she knew that her career would suffer. She agreed to have a child and all of those things. And she said, for every year that I'm married to you, up until what, 5 years, I get X, number of millions of dollars. And this is a trade-off that I'm willing to agree. She handled her marriage like business. And so it's our fault if we don't pick marriage. And it's also our fault if we don't actually have the documentation and agreements. If this relationship ends, if we have a divorce, here are the conditions. Here's what you take away. Here's what I take away. So if you just sidestepping the whole marriage and agreements, that's your fault. And then if you decide you want to have this relationship of children everywhere with multiple women, then you've made your bed and you lie in it. Same thing for women. We got to stop being whores and being victims at the same time, males and females. That's my thought.
Yeah, I think that hearing what you just said, he really picked the wrong two women to get up here and start spitting all his red pill, you're a single mom rage at.
Right,
And
so
it's funny.
let's get back. We're going to have to get back to Umar because I don't want to make this a manosphere. This was not the I don't want to get in all of that. I didn't expect it to go this route, but
can I make one last
point?
Hoping.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I was hoping we could have I wanted to kind of make this relevant to Umar place and far as I thought I was hoping that's where we was going to go. Like, is this something Umar could have experienced, or what did he go through? Or we kind of speculating in a sense of what he went through as a deadbeat dad per se, and wanting all of a sudden, I was hoping we could have kind of meshed that a bit, but I didn't want to go into this personal stuff, and I definitely don't want to get into red pill stuff at all. But go ahead, Carrie.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to say that if dude wasn't so angry, he would have realized that both May the Alchemist and myself are both women who believe in family values and accountability. So he just assumed that we were like sluts and cheaters and whores, and he needed to yell at us.
Yeah, he was out of line for that.
And it was just like, I mean, you couldn't have found two women that it less applied to. Like, we would have agreed with you, but you just want to like belittle us. But I will say, this is relevant to the Umar thing because I guarantee you this is what is happening in so many Black spaces. Black women and men have gone on panels to start talking about Umar, and there have been angry Black men who got on the panel and immediately changed the topic to what Black women do wrong, how the Black women on the panel have no right to speak, and how they're responsible and the woman could be lying. And I don't think that this is unrelated to the Umar thing. You feel where I'm going with that. I think that this is how Black men like Umar, this is how this is able to exist in our community because of this type of, and I don't believe in the nigger Black people rhetoric or the slut rhetoric or the patriarchy even. I'm a feminist. But I will say, I think that like, patriarchy is problematic even when it's functioning well. Like, women should be empowered. But for these men to desire all the benefits and trappings of patriarchy, the submission, right? The obedience, right? The higher salary, the provider role, right? They want all of that, but they don't want to be leaders. And I don't mean all Black men, you know that. But these types of guys who want to tell women the problem is women are also always the type of guys who swear that men should be the leaders. And you just can't have it both ways. And it's exactly that type of man who fantasizes about and idealizes Umar Johnson.
Okay.
Hey, DERELL, can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. I agree with some of the things they said. You know what I'm saying? I'm not disregarding, but I want to be fair across the board. If Umar's wrong, he's wrong. I told my daddy he was wrong. I told my brother when he was wrong. So I had no problem telling Umar. But listen, I'm saying all that to say this. Like I said, I've known too many cases, and I'm not saying this is Umar case, that men, like the other guy just said, got impregnated by another man, and they still had to pay child support, or they paying child support still because the woman had the child. That is a common occurrence. You know what I'm saying? Right? Good, bad, indifferent, it occurs. So with Umar, yes, if personally it was me, I would probably do a different steps. But like I said, I'm not going to have a rush to judgment. You know, I'm not going to say, oh, she's right 100% or Umar's right 100%. I said I didn't not know about all of this until like a day and a half ago. day before yesterday. So, and like I said, if you're working and doing other things too, you ain't got time to really, study it. But like I said, I'm gonna let all the facts lie out. Umar got his side, his daughter got his side, and like I said, it's he say, she say. But it's it's the middle. It's a lot of gray area.
Well, see, that's where we go wrong. And said Marie, it really ain't he say she. If you ain't been there, man, you lose credibility.
But I'm not going 100% on her side either. His side either.
Yeah, but we've established he wasn't there for his child, though.
Okay. Okay.
I mean,
let's say that's the case.
So if he ain't been there, like, what did you expect her to be happy about that?
No, and like I said, I don't know everything, all the circumstances surrounding.
But do you know? But you do know he wasn't there for his child.
He probably wasn't there. Sometimes
he probably.
I will agree. I'm saying sometimes he probably wasn't there. I don't know 100%.
You think? Wait a minute. You think Umar was there for his children?
Well, they all live in Philadelphia. What
they got to do with anything? He don't even contact his children.
Yeah. But like I said, he basically said that his wife, he was talking about his daughter, it was like 3 or 4 years ago, they basically live a mile apart. And he said like this, he said it was some friction between them, one way or another, in the courts, and so he didn't want to have, he said he pays child support all the time.
So what stops you from what stops you from going see your child? You can contact your children through social media. Having the right to go to the school? What's stopping you from doing those things?
He probably didn't want to put up with the hassle. He's a
public figure. It's supposed to be a hassle.
I mean, listen, it's like this. Hey, listen, DERELL, check this out. You from Louisiana, right? DERELL, listen to me. There's a case in Louisiana. This guy told her baby daddy, if you show up at the graduation, I'm gonna shoot you, and it's an open carry state in Louisiana. It was in Baton Rouge. And like I said, so
you can't. Oh wow, you going to extreme? You going to extreme?
His
life
is in
danger, but it has happened. It's cases like that.
DERELL, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I've heard several of these red pill guys bring up this thing where if
you can't assume nobody red pill, but go ahead.
Well, when it's based off your rhetoric, it's not exactly an assumption anymore. It's a deduction.
Okay, you a feminist. Okay, y'all feminists or in an interracial relationship, whatever you got a personal vendetta against Umar. Just say that. Just be truthful. Umar is
nothing I've said.
You got lifestyle that Umar doesn't cater to, and you don't like it, and you don't like him. So let's be honest and fair.
Dude, I don't know why you care whether or not I like him. Was he your boyfriend? What are you talking about?
Because if you got a personal vendetta, then you're gonna be biased.
Okay, first of all, the word is vendetta.
Okay, vendetta. Okay, you got a personal. Okay, listen, you don't like.
I don't have a personal vendetta
because of personal reasons. Let's say it like
I don't know him. How can I have a personal issue with him?
You may not like his rhetoric. You may not like what he's saying. His rhetoric.
I don't like his rhetoric.
Okay, we got some common ground here. So at least you admitted it.
What common ground? Anyway, that's what I was saying.
As a fact. At least you said that's a fact.
What I was saying. I don't know why that's a significant fact for you.
Y'all got echo. Y'all got echoes. Echo.
Okay.
We're here talking about his behavior, not his rhetoric. Try to keep up. I think it's interesting, this red pill fantasy that there's all these millions of women getting pregnant by men who aren't their husbands, and the husbands being forced to provide financially for those children. And both of these men who are on the panel claim that this happens very frequently. And so my question would be, DERELL, what happens more often? Does it happen more frequently that a wife gets pregnant by a man other than her husband, or that a husband impregnates a woman who's not his wife? Which one of those things happens more often?
It's definitely the husband impregnates another woman.
I didn't ask if they were both wrong. Try to keep up, Seth. I know it's hard. The question was,
men commit.
You saying a lot of fake news right now. Fake news.
That's obvious. That's very
so obvious. Men do it much more. And when a man who's married has a child outside of his marriage, which happens much more frequently, do the women still not suffer that loss of income to their household because of the child their husband had through infidelity? Yes or no?
I don't know if it's upwards of $50,000 a year, but I mean they do suffer income loss. Yeah,
Right, because
that's a fact.
when a person who's married has a child through infidelity, the entire family suffers, whether the innocent person is a man or a woman. So again, this red pill talking point about all these lots of women who allegedly do this, when we all know men do it more often, is a crime that, much like divorce, affects women more negatively than it affects men. I'll go on mute.
Why does
Are
it
you a
matter who
scoring
does it
woman?
more?
Is she a
It's
scoring
equally.
woman? Are you a scoring woman?
Sir, I would like to ask you this so we can get back to
No, it
Umar.
doesn't matter.
So that
It
we can
doesn't
get back
matter
to
who does it
Umar.
more.
So that we can focus on Umar. I want to ask you this question.
That's a
Do you
twofold
think,
play, logical fallacy.
sir, I want to talk about Umar. I want to ask you this since you are a big follower and supporter of Umar. My question to you is this.
I know
If
she was
he
talking to
has
me.
not been able, the guy who is a big supporter of Umar, that's what I'm talking to.
Okay, me.
Um, yes, you, sir. I want to ask you this. If Umar does not have the ability to navigate interpersonal and family relationships with his own children and his baby mamas, okay? He doesn't seem to have the ability based on what we see. The fact that we know they're business is evidence. Do you think that he is qualified to lead the black community, to lead other black men, to lead other black families through a school or a school system? Do you think he's qualified? That's what I want to know.
From an educational standpoint, yes, he is qualified. If you now overall, that's to be determined.
Now this
So
nigga
educational
crazy.
Hold
wise,
on, let him.
yes.
Hold on, wait. Let him finish, guys. Let you ask him a question. Let
Hey,
him finish. Go
yeah,
ahead.
thank you. From an educational standpoint, yes, he is more than qualified. He has 6 degrees, probably more degrees than you and her combined. So, yes, Umar is worldwide. He's the #1 requested scholar. That's no debate about that. So he's in the public eye more than most. So, like I said, sometimes you don't want the embarrassment or the hassle of having, all that included with it. Now, I don't know what steps Umar tried to take or what he did in the past. He may have did everything in his power to try to see his kid and his mama, and his baby mama blocked it, or her mother, or both blocked it. Because he said both of them have a restaurant there in Philadelphia. Now, I heard that from
Okay.
Chicago.
Let me go back to my original question. Right
Okay.
now, we see videos of his children reaching out to him publicly. We're
Yes.
seeing his interpersonal, dysfunctional parenting relationship on full display. And I'm asking my question again. Do you think, with those kind of circumstances, that he cannot navigate his own children and parental relationship properly, that he is qualified to be a leader of a school, a leader of other parents? That's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
Okay, I'm gonna say this so everybody understands. That's a double-edged sword, and that's a two, and like I said, so it cannot really be answered the way you want it to be answered. You know what I'm saying? But
But
I
just
will
answer
say
the
this.
best of your ability.
Okay, I'm answering the best way I can. If it comes out that Umar is a deadbeat and stuff like that, then he has issues he needs to deal with, and that's 100%. But I'm not gonna be rushed to judge. I'm gonna say it like this here: educational wise, and Umar never been arrested. Never been arrested. He does not have a criminal record. Because if you don't pay child support and you ain't know your kids, well, I ain't gonna say it in your kids' life.
We're talking about parenting, sir. Just parenting. Just the
Okay.
parenting.
Listen, Umar. Listen, I said one thing he got credibility with is he is an open book, and he has stated he is not. He don't have. He had issues, especially with his first wife. First baby mama, and he said they don't get along. And he said for whatever reason, he said I'm a revolutionary. And he said I'm all and as a revolutionary, and I travel all the time, and my work dictates 90% of my time. I am not there for my kids, but if they ever need anything, I'm always here for them. Now he stated that several times. I don't think nobody can disagree with that. So, so whatever you take from that, that's your business.
Okay,
I
let me
mean,
go to make a
most,
change.
can I say one thing? I
Yeah,
think
I'm
that's
sorry, recognize guy. I'm sorry. Then we go to make a change. Go ahead,
yeah.
brother.
Sorry about that. Right to the topic. I think we do a disservice to professionals who work long hours and work extended times out of town and things like that. I mean, to put things in perspective, I don't know Umar, and he could be a piece of crap from everything I've seen. I mean, that could be believable. But at the end of the day, she's trying to make it as though if somebody doesn't spend a whole lot of time with their kids and they're in a situation where they've been pigeonholed by a custody agreement that says they're no longer allowed now to actually see this kid for a certain amount of time, when we can actually refer to the documents, and I would implore that child, who's Umar's child, to go down there to the family court and find out what actually happened during those proceedings, because there is very, very likely that there was an option exercised by the mother to make it so that Umar does not have the right to see his child. And that's something that you need to examine before you make any disparaging comments or any, because it's all well documented, and I don't even have to be in the building to know that.
Okay, all right.
That's
Fair
good
enough.
points. Good
Let
points.
me
Good
go to
points.
make a change. Go ahead, make a change.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey,
What's up, William?
Recognized Game, why would you say that Umar is not allowed to see his child?
I never said what it was actually a fact about his case, because I haven't actually read it. And to my knowledge, nobody up here has read it. His custody agreement. So I don't have an opinion about that.
Okay. I just had a question on that. So we don't have no facts on that. We just going based on what Umar said.
I actually didn't even hear what Umar said. I'm going based on case study and case law and proceedings and my professional experience and these specific instances. All the different ways that things could have went, all things considered, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother. It's an echo. DERELL. I don't know. Somebody.
I don't know who it's
Somebody
coming
got a
from.
bad echo.
Well, I'm gonna mute me.
All right, go ahead.
DERELL, do you want to try exiting out of StreamYard and coming back?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
You guys know what? There's a possibility too. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't hear the echo no more.
Okay, good. It was horrible. There's a possibility too that somebody just don't want to be bothered with their children. Have we considered that?
There's always a possibility of that. And there's also a possibility that there's a woman who has all the rights in the family court to say whether or not she agrees or disagrees with Umar having any custody. So we need to examine the documentation in order to understand whether or not one or the other or both were negligent.
Well, I refer to the fact that you have experience in this matter that I don't. So what is the name of the case law that would allow a mother to just up and decide without any credible proof of abuse that the father of the child has no rights to see the child? What's the name of that case law? Because I know you mentioned case law.
Actually, I said that they can fight you on it and they can say that they don't agree. And then you have to prove, like you said, you have to apply for something that I believe you should be born with the right to see your kids and make decisions on based on whatever is going on in your kid's life.
I might have misunderstood because I thought you said
you might have heard me say something about case law.
Recognized Game. Hey, Recognized Game. This is your brother, Conscious Energy, man. Can I ask you a quick question real quick, brother?
Okay.
Right.
Hold on, Mr.
You listen to
Recognized Game. Can I ask you a quick question, brother? Real quick. Now, what's up, DERELL? Let me shout out. What's going on, DERELL, the Godfather? Salute to the host.
What's going on, player? What's up?
Look, man, this is definitely a kerfuffle, but this is what I seen this morning because I uploaded a video about it earlier on my channel. Umar Johnson called his daughter a struggle streamer. Now, when I first heard this story, I didn't know if it was his biological daughter or was she just doing this for clout. But come to find out, Umar Johnson admitted that is his daughter. So the question is this, because I have 4 daughters that I raised. So the question is this. He has ridiculed and belittled black men every single day, talking about how we don't spend time with our children, how black men have left black women behind. We are terrible fathers. But at the same time, his daughter is accusing him of never coming to a graduation, never coming to a birthday party. So the question is this. Is it black queens forever besides his daughter? And if she is lying, let's just say that she lying about all this here. Look, family, child support, just because you pay child support every month don't make you a father. You got to spend time with your kids. Now, some would say, well, his baby mama had him out the life. The baby mama wasn't giving him custody. I've never heard one time Umar Johnson say that his children's mothers was keeping him from seeing his daughter. Now, let's talk about the daughter real quick. Clearly, his daughter, DERELL, is crying out for help. His daughter is crying out for attention. And this is probably the most attention she has got from Umar Johnson since she has been on this earth. So, family, we got to ask ourselves the question at this point. Is Umar Johnson the leader that we looking for, or is he one more hypocrite like a brother Polite? Is he one more hypocrite like all these so-called Hotep brothers? And because it's sad, man. Now,
Thank you.
the recognized game, I understand, man. You probably support Umar no matter what. DERELL done seen the light. We don't like to see the light. But, brother, we got to ask ourselves, man. He said, why is his daughter... He said, why is his daughter getting on the internet? But Umar Johnson chose to get on the internet and berate his daughter. I don't understand that. Umar could have picked up the phone and called his daughter, had a conversation. Right. Why go to the internet, Umar Johnson? Why take your personal business with your daughter to the internet? I don't get that, man. Go ahead. I'm going to mute my mic.
And that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Personal, interpersonal relationships. That's what I asked you before. Should he have appropriate interpersonal relationships with his daughter? And you never answered that.
And one of the things that doesn't make any sense, Umar said that, the moms was keeping him away from the child. He hasn't been able to contact her. So your daughter reaches out to you because she wants to find her sister. Wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity? Now you have her contact information. Now you can you can communicate with her. Why say text me?
Right.
As a dad, if I haven't had communication with my daughter and I've been longing to have communication, and as soon as she texts me and give me her number, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to pick up my phone and I'm going to call her. Right. Because now I have a direct line to her.
Right.
So it's not adding up. At least
FaceTime something.
Yeah.
Man,
he called DERELL, make a change. He called his daughter a struggle streamer in front of millions of people. But you got 6 degrees? You want us to believe that you the man that can lead our children out of the wilderness? You want us. Now, at this point, any man or woman who wants to send their child to this so-called school, your ass deserve to get locked up. Because at this point, it seems to me that Umar Johnson is an abuser of children. I don't care how you take it or how y'all feel about it. Yeah. Umar Johnson has no business around other people's children when he can't even take care of the children that he have. You want to tell me black queens forever, you love black women, but Umar Johnson ain't married to no black woman in our community.
Amen. Amen.
Umar Johnson don't have one black relationship that he can show us in a positive light, not even with his own children, but this the man that supposed to teach our children. Come on, family, we gotta wake up, man. Go ahead, man.
Kids, bro? Do you have kids? And are you married?
Yes, sir, I do. I have 6 children. 2 grown boys that I raised. One is in the military, one is working, and I got 4 daughters. 2 grown daughters and 2 small daughters who I both raised. Yes, sir.
How's your wife
and
doing?
they all graduated high school.
Stop trying to undermine. Stop trying to undermine people's credibility. Stop that. Stop that.
He keep asking these questions that everybody on the panel
because he has a program. This guy has a program where he's actually targeting kids with some type of leadership program too. So all y'all frauding because you ain't married either, bro.
Recognized game. We don't even know the curriculum in the FDMG, brother. Stop it. You can't be as gullible as we on lock. You can't be as gullible. Brother, Umar Johnson has no curriculum at FDMG. When you go to the website, it's nothing there. What is he gonna teach the children that they can't get off Google? Recognized game. What is Umar Johnson gonna teach the children that they can't get off Google, man? You can't be this stupid.
When we look
can't
for
be
your
recognized,
website,
game.
when we look for
Not
your
only
website,
that, not only
don't see
that,
nothing there
not only
naturally.
that, Umar
And we
has
don't see your
no
wife there
administrative.
either.
He
So why
has
are you
no
just like
administrative.
Umar?
He has no administrative steering board. He has no board for that school. That's why we know it's not going to be a school. There's no board for overseeing anything.
Neither
Facts.
does this guy, but he took donations just like Umar.
I just wanted to rewind the tape real quick because somebody said that I misquoted
Oh,
them when
y'all
I said
fraud.
that they just said that women could just go down to the court and deny custody. So let me just see if I was actually
Yeah,
not
you
keeping
can
up.
deny it, and then you actually have to put in
Yes,
a
you'll never
petition
consider
to
that.
exercise your
There's
parental
always a
rights. We already
possibility of
know.
that.
They
And
don't
there's
have to
also a
agree.
possibility that there's a woman who has all the rights in the family court to say whether or not she agrees or disagrees with Umar having any custody. So we need
But
to examine the
recognize
documentation
game.
in order.
Recognize game.
Okay, just wanted to make sure
If
I wasn't tripping and that actually got
if we
said.
go
Thank you.
based on Umar's own words, he specifically said
I
that
know I said that. I just said that like 10 times. What you mean?
he
I never said I
specifically
didn't
said
say
that
that.
in order for him to see his kids at the time, he had to go to the grandmother's house. Okay.
Yeah, that's
So
already showing you that that is
no,
some
that does
fuckery going
okay.
on.
Right,
Why
but
he can't just pick her up at
but he
school?
can go, but he can go to the courts and fight to have
That's what I said,
visitation
bro.
right.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. He should already have
So
the right to do that.
okay,
The only reason why he would have to go to the court is because he couldn't come to an agreement with the parent directly. He could just ask her, "Hey, look, I want to pick her up from school this week, and you pick her up the alternating week, and we do 50-50. And if she
what's
don't
your
agree
point?
with
What's
that,
your point?
then
What's
you
your
have to
point?
go to the court.
Okay,
You can
but why?
she can just agree to it. Why you don't have to go to court unless she doesn't agree.
Right. So then you go to court, dude. What is your
Right,
point?
yeah, exactly. What are you saying that I'm not saying? You have to go to court.
So what? Okay, but that
Follow
doesn't give him
along
an
with this.
excuse.
In
Okay, so why
order
didn't he
to
do
get
that?
your
Why didn't he do that?
God-given rights
It's 22 years
enforced,
later,
you
man.
have to go to court with a person who is denying you the ability to exercise those rights. All right,
Okay,
so
so
you're
he should
going to
have done that.
win. All right, well, you can. All right, so my point is the first step is to try to come to an agreement with the person who you had this
It's
child
22
with.
years later,
And if
man.
this person
It's 22
does
years
not
later.
allow it, then you got to go to court. What am I saying that y'all missing? Yeah, there's
Sir, that's the
obviously a
problem.
person who's not
Again,
allowing you to
sir, listen,
actually have these
again.
visits, or you would have to go
We're
to
gonna go
court.
back to the beginning. We're gonna go back to the
Yeah,
beginning.
y'all keep
That
trying to
man, hold on,
overlook what the woman had to do
listen,
in order
listen,
for you to
listen,
have to go
wait.
to court.
Can you hold on 1 second? One of the things you're not looking at, he doesn't have the skill set to
All
navigate
right,
interpersonal
look, I don't have an
relationships.
opinion. I don't have an opinion.
Let me
All
finish.
you
Let me
need to
finish.
do
Stop
is
being
refer
emotional.
to
Stop being
what the
emotional.
options are in the
Listen to what I'm
courtroom.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You don't even have to
It's
go to
not an
court. You know, there's a
abusive
lot of
person.
people, sir. There's a lot of people who handle their business. There's a lot
Anybody
of people
accuse
who
him of
there's a,
abusing this child? Nobody
listen.
accused him
There's a
of
lot of
abusing them. So I
people.
don't know what
You're
y'all
not
basing
listening
this
to
on.
what I'm telling you. You're not listening to what I'm telling you. There's a lot of people who have the
Okay.
ability as adults to navigate their interpersonal relationships without the court. He apparently failed to navigate his interpersonal relationship with that baby mother and his
Right.
child.
That's
He
two
failed.
people.
He
That's two
failed. He
people. We
failed.
don't know.
He
We don't
failed.
know. We don't know what was proposed by him as an agreement for custody.
But the
We don't
fact
know
that
what
we're
was
even
proposed
talking about
because
him in
see, you keep
public,
cutting me off. You keep cutting me off. See, we don't know what she proposed as an agreement for custody and for the visitation agreements and for the decision making capacity. We don't know. So you
okay, so
keep
what we
on
can
making these,
say,
you keep
okay,
giving
fine.
opinions based on
Wait
what
for a
you think
second.
you
One
know
second.
about one
Okay, let me
person
say
who's
this.
involved,
Sir, be
but you have
concise with
no
your statements. You
capability for
dragging
the
your
woman.
statement on. Just
You
make a
have no
statement
idea
briefly.
what this woman
Let
has denied
let's
him the ability to
okay,
do.
okay.
You don't
Can you
know
be
what happened in court.
can you be
So you just
concise?
keep
Can you
on
be
saying
concise?
things.
Sir, can you be concise with your statement? Just make a statement and be clear
I
and then
was.
stop.
You're
You're
literally
dragging it out. You're dragging it out.
you're
You're dragging it
literally not
out.
talking about
You're dragging it
what the
out. Just
woman
stop.
had to do. You're not
What
talking
I'm
about
telling
what the
you is this.
woman had to
Let me
do in
tell you,
order for him to
let me
have to
make
go to
this
court.
point. Can you let me make a statement and you just be concise and I'll make my concise
You made
statement?
a statement and I tried to
Let me
respond
say
to it,
it.
and then
Let
you
me
started talking
finish.
again.
You're
You talk the whole
emotional.
You
time.
made a statement, and when I
You're
started
very
to respond,
emotional and you
when I
won't let people
opined,
talk.
you
You're
started to
very
talk
emotional.
again.
Just
That's
relax,
emotional.
sir.
I
Relax.
waited
Just
for you to
relax
ask
for
me
a
a
second.
question, and then I
Let her get her
opined. And
statement
as
and you
soon
can
as I
rebuttal,
began
recognize.
You're
speaking,
gonna have to use that
you
gas
started
Everybody
card.
mute.
reading
Give him
in.
30 minutes. Y'all, let everybody give him
No,
30
I don't
minutes. Let him
need
just
30
talk.
minutes.
Let him
I
talk.
just need
Let him
you to
talk.
stop talking while I'm talking.
He
You
about to
asked
say
me
the
a
same shit
question.
over. Watch.
You asked me a question, and when I began to respond, when I began to opine, three
Okay, man,
seconds
answer the
into my
question. You don't have to
statement,
go ahead,
you
answer the
started to
question.
talk.
Go
He
ahead.
trying
So
to think of
you
something
be
new to say,
quiet and
make a
stop being
change.
a hoe because you trying to save her. All right, she
No,
said something.
she's
It's
not
two
talking.
adults
Answer the
talking,
Save her
and
question.
from
she cut
what?
me
Oh
off.
my
All right, well,
God.
listen,
Oh
this what
my
you do.
God.
This is what hoe niggas do. Don't get involved in
And this
something. She's an
thing,
adult, and when I'm talking to her, you stop talking because you're just prolonging this.
Okay,
All right.
we don't want to.
Oh my gosh,
We're getting
dude,
a
this
bit
is
too
Right. Y'all,
ridiculous.
personal.
y'all
He
don't,
ain't
y'all,
got
I
nothing
don't.
to
y'all,
say,
hold
y'all.
y'all
He's
ego
on,
stalling.
shaming.
He's stalling
hold
because he
on,
don't have nothing to say.
hold on.
Right.
Hey, how are
I mean,
you?
you
Okay, I
don't
How
want
want
me
are
to
to.
you?
Can
answer.
I make
Every
the
time I
statement?
try to
Can
answer,
I make
y'all
the
start
statement?
Now
talking.
let me go to
Can I
Queen
just make this
Sanity.
statement?
Hold
All
on.
right.
Can I make the
Let me
statement?
Anyway, the
go
guy that was
to
talking,
Queen Sanity.
earlier, he
Hey,
Right?
Queen
He
Sanity,
just
how you doing,
he
Queen?
just don't want her to talk.
Hey,
He ain't have shit
why
to
did
say.
he leave? Why
hold
did
on.
he leave?
Go ahead, Queen Sanity. Go ahead.
and them off
Why did
DERELL.
he leave? Okay, so
Go ahead.
Fine.
no,
It's
because
like
I wanted
5
to
people.
hear what he had to say.
Yeah, but I thought you don't have a statement because I can go. I
Okay,
can refer back to him if you want.
I really wanted to hear what he had to say because I'm a product of that.
Guy
So
Okay,
who was
go
I
ahead.
talking
Go
want
ahead.
earlier. The
Go
guy
ahead,
who was talking
recognize. Go
earlier.
ahead. Shoot me what you
He
got to
said he
say.
got
Go ahead.
6 kids. He don't have no wife. None of them married. He ain't married to none of their mamas. And he took donations just like Umar. And he has a leadership academy thing just like Umar. He has a website that can't nobody find just like Umar. So he shouldn't be talking about Umar either. Only people like me and DERELL can actually have any type of validity when they talk about this man in this situation because we are married to our kids' mothers. That's the only bottom line. If you want to keep talking about Umar and you want to keep saying he ain't fit to be around kids because because he's not a good parent, he's not married. Well, I'm looking at the women up here who have kids out of wedlock, who are also educators, who obviously
There's no
How do you know these?
educators up here that have kids out of wedlock.
What is he talking about?
He just fucking going off. He say we all cheat because his wife cheated, his mama a hoe, and we single moms because his
what
mom.
the
You know
hell?
some Godfather. You know some Godfather. You know the sad thing about this whole kerfuffle, man. Godfather.
I thought y'all was
When I
talking
seen
about.
Umar make his rebuttal video to his daughter, and he called the young lady a struggle streamer, man. That was so sad, man. My heart went out to that little girl because DERELL, you got a daughter. I think most of men who have daughters, we know how our little daughters, they very emotional and they want, but the daughter really crying out for help. The daughter really want
Can
a
I say
relationship with
something?
Umar Johnson, and it's a shame. It's
Make
a
sure you tell him who
shame.
said this.
Can
Make
I
sure
I
you
say
mean,
tell him who said
something?
this.
but really think about it for a
Some
second,
men are
family.
hard on their daughters,
Hold on real
though.
quick, sweet. I want to ask you this quick question. Has anybody ever seen a video with Umar Johnson and his kids? Has anybody ever seen
Listen,
or heard a video with Umar and his kids in the background? I'll wait.
what's that supposed to mean? Because some men are hard on their daughters.
No. The answer is
Because
no.
No, but still, what is that supposed to mean? Because some men are real hard on their daughters. Like they just.
Did y'all hear what his daughter said when she said that this is hold on because this needs to be said, brother DERELL, make a change. Did you hear when Umar Johnson's daughter said that this is typical in the black community that black men are not in the lives of their children? And Umar spews out his rhetoric on a daily basis about how black men need to man up and date single mothers because their children need father figures. But yet Umar Johnson is not a father figure to his own children. So the duality is this, Godfather. Can we believe that Umar Johnson has the capability not only to open a school, run a school, but to have teachers, have faculty and staff? Do we really think Umar Johnson, I'm not calling him dumb because he has a lot of degrees. He has a lot of
scholarship. But the question is this, Godfather, is Umar Johnson the person that we can believe that's gonna put our young black boys in a better position in life? Or is the black boys looking at Umar Johnson like, man, this guy is crazy? Think about it, family. If Umar Johnson had a school right now full of black boys, and if they did a Google search on Umar, you know what they gonna see in here? They gonna hear him talking about cookies, talking about queens happy to be nappy, talking about crushing cookies, talking about politics before punani, business before the bedroom. This is what the children is seeing from Umar. So my question is this, black community. I don't give a damn if you married to I don't care who you married to. That's irrelevant. Family, all I'm saying is at this point, is Umar Johnson the man that y'all believe on that's going to change lives for young black boys? And if you believe that in 2025, I feel sorry for you, man. He called his daughter, Godfather, he called his daughter a struggle streamer. Do you know how embarrassing that is? How hurtful that is?
Conscious Energy
Go ahead, I'm
is
gonna
a
mute my
struggle
mic.
streamer, so that shit hit him real hard because we are struggle streamers over here.
Right.
That's why he keep harping on that because we all
Queen
got struggle
Sanders, you want
streams.
to say something else, baby?
Go ahead.
Queen?
I wish y'all kids had fathers. Then y'all could understand that y'all doing the same thing Umar doing.
Hold on, wait a minute, because my daddy raised me.
My kids
My daddy raised
Hey
me
man,
by
ain't nobody talking to
himself.
you. Ain't nobody talking to you.
Just make
I'm
it come.
talking. I
Don't
ain't
yell
here
at me
talking to
though.
you, bro.
Don't yell at
I
me
was
though.
talking
Is
Because
he
to
my
back
this
for
father
round
also.
3?
Who is he
the
talking
same
Is
to?
he
people
back
I
for
believe
round?
We're
fathers.
single mothers. None of us are single mothers.
Oh, okay.
What is he talking about?
We just projected all this
Brother,
hate
can,
on
can,
this horrible
can,
mother.
can
His
I ask you
mother was
something,
a whore.
brother?
His mother was
Can
a
I?
whore, and he
No,
just keep
wait,
yelling
sister,
at what
don't
y'all
do
get
it. Don't do
at.
it. Don't
I
do
mean,
it.
it's
Don't do it.
Yeah,
I know, I know, I
we
know.
don't know.
But listen,
That's
brother,
why he
brother,
think all women are
That's
sluts
why I
because his
don't take
mom
it
was a
personal.
slut.
I mean, why would I
hold
care what
on,
she said? Y'all get
brother.
mad and start calling people
Recognize
wild
game.
whores. I
Recognize
don't care
game.
what
I
you
just
say
want to.
about my
I want to
mom,
say
lady.
this to
Hold
you.
on.
Recognize
That's
You
game.
Hold
somebody
on.
called
on
your
the
mom a
internet.
slut.
Recognize
Hold
game.
on.
I
So
want to
why
say this
when
to
I
you.
said
Recognize game,
so
real
Are
quick.
you
why when
married?
I
Recognize
said what
game.
I said,
Are you
you said
married?
ain't nobody
We already
talking to
asked
me.
us that.
Are you married?
Recognize game. Let me
I
say
already
something to
answered
you.
that. Are you
No, you
Recognize
married?
didn't.
game. I want
You're
to say
not
this to you.
married.
Recognize game. Can you hear me, brother? I'm asking
Before
you
Before
I
you
a
said
say
that, you
that,
question,
said that's why I'm single.
brother.
before you
I'm
say
asking
something
you
to
a
me,
question
can you
before you
ask?
attack
Can you
women.
answer? Can you
Before
answer
you
in
come
plain
up here
English?
attacking women.
Before you
Before you
ask me
come up here
anything, you gotta
attacking
tell me
women.
if you. I'm attacking nobody. I'm asking a question. Are you married and do you have kids?
You did
Do
attack
you
me.
really want to know? Do you really want to
Yeah,
know?
yeah, I do. I only asked you 30 times.
Oh
Okay,
my
all right.
God.
I'm gonna satisfy him because he really wants to know, and he can't move past it. I don't mind.
I guess because you
Okay,
didn't
brother.
answer. That's probably because you haven't
Come on.
answered.
Come
It's
on.
okay.
But
I'm gonna do it
nobody
now so
owes
we
you
can.
submission.
Hold
Come
Nobody
on.
on,
owes you
because
Let
Hold
her
on.
submission.
answer.
I don't
he
mind.
needs help.
Let her
He
If
answer.
needs
y'all will give
help.
What's
me a
your
second,
credit score? What's your credit
y'all
score?
give me a.
It's 7.
No,
Oh,
I no.
7. I think it was 08 or something. The last time I checked.
If you show me proof you got a 708, I'll cash app you $200 right now.
I don't want your money at all.
Okay.
Okay,
You and your
so
illegitimate kids need that $200.
Oh, you're
let me
right.
do this.
We
Who
do.
said she had kids?
All right,
Let me
let the
say
lady
this.
answer. Let the lady answer. Does she have a husband who is actually the father of her kids? And does she have kids?
Okay, okay. Let me answer the question for you, brother. I'm gonna do it right now, uninterrupted. I'm a black woman who lives in the South. I've been married
Okay.
to my husband. I'm just telling you, you want to know? I've been married for 20 years.
Okay.
We did not have our first child, first and only child, until 10 years. Okay. And matter of fact, we had to intentionally have a child because I needed some help. So there was no other children or anything else or anything like that. I just have one child and I'm married to
Yeah,
my husband still.
that's special
And
circumstances.
listen, let me finish. Hold on, let me
Well,
finish.
you
I'm
just
just telling
said
you.
you had to.
Hold on. I'm just telling you, I have one
A
kid.
little different.
And hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. You asked the question. Let me finish. And the thing is, I married a man intentionally who did not have children out of wedlock because he matches my family values. And not only that, I have a father I grew up with, was raised with, taken care of and protected by my whole life. And he's still involved in my life. And next, I have a whole 4 generations of black women who have all had children only in wedlock. I'm answering your question. I come from a family that had strong family values, and no woman in my family gets past the age of 25 without being married. I've answered your question.
Okay, so when I try to answer your question, y'all don't want to allow me to do that. So I tried to allow you to answer like 30 times, and since you didn't answer, it's the only reason why I continue to ask. You have to concede to that at least, right? Now, if you ask me that question, or the questions that you ask me, and I try to answer, and you and everybody else cuts me off after I'm 3 seconds into my response, that's the reason why I am not able to actually answer. All right, so you're not.
Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question, sir?
All right, now
I submitted. Hold on, y'all. Wait, y'all. I submitted to your questioning. Now, can you answer the question? Where are your family values?
Let him finish. Let him go ahead and get it out.
Yeah, let him finish, please, so we can.
All right, let her answer. Let her answer.
My question is, you answer the question. My question to you is, can you please answer the question? What are your family values? Do you have children? Are you married? And do you have children only in wedlock? Do you have a mixed family, blended? My question goes to you since I submitted to your question. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I answered that about probably 30 times. I was forthright with that. Y'all just.
I didn't hear it. Can you explain it? Can you just do it again? Because I didn't hear it.
I'm not going to explain it again. I think everybody. That's what happens when you yell over somebody. When somebody answers the question already 30 times compared to somebody who's refused to answer.
Let's go.
Right. When somebody answered a question 30 times compared to somebody who refused to answer 30 times. Wow.
Can we move the conversation along, man?
So the only reason why you ain't had no kids out of wedlock is because you couldn't have kids out of wedlock. That's the only reason. What? You couldn't have no kids by mistake.
What? She's been with her husband for 20 years.
I've been with my husband for 20 years.
Are you dumb?
What is wrong with you?
It's not only being stupid. It's ignorant as fuck.
Wow, this
She's been with the same nigga for 20 years.
My God.
20 years, my guy. 20 years. She's been with the same nigga for 20 years.
Right. Well,
what are you talking
does that
about?
mean? She could not have kids without having a procedure like she
No,
said.
no, sir. That's not what's going on. Sir, you don't know. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me. Hello, let me say this real quick. Sir. Let me explain to you what happened. Listen. Listen, sir. I was on birth control all that time. And when I actually did family, I did. Because I'm married. I was married. I was married.
She was responsible, you ignorant fuck.
What?
Do you know what being Hold on. Do you know what being responsible is? No, do you know what being responsible is? Even though you're married, maybe you hold on. Even though you're married, you still need to be able to provide for that child. So what are you talking about? She's been married for 20 years.
And she's 50 and she's 50-some years old.
DERELL, this man is dumbing down the panel, man.
Sexual history. What is
Go
wrong
ahead,
with
Mr.
you?
Jane. What you want to say, Mike?
Can we move on, man? Let's do this dumbing down the panel.
The fact of the matter is,
Sexy don't want to know when you got your first period.
Huh?
We can move on, but I just hold on. No, we can move on. We can move on. It's just that he was acting as if nobody has any family values up here. So I just needed to let him know people do have family values.
I'm not 50, baby. And I didn't have any kids out of motherfucking wedlock. And my daddy raised me by his damn self. So what are we talking about? And I'm not 50. And I damn sure was married. So what are you talking about?
You answered one time. You just answered. I asked you a question 50 times. You refused to answer. And you acting like you don't understand
why
I
other
continue to ask
person.
you.
Are you slow? Can you not hear the difference in the motherfucking voices?
Oh, can you talk without using profanity? I know you ain't married.
You just use motherfucking profanity.
Y'all tripping, man. Y'all
Are you okay? Are
He's
you
not
okay?
okay.
Now you want
He's
to
not
believe
okay.
that fuck I talk to you?
He's not
Are you
okay.
good?
He's not okay. He's not okay, y'all. He's not okay.
Hold on.
What's
How would you
wrong
get
with
to
this
tell a woman
man?
who is not your wife how
Where
to
the
talk?
hell y'all
Why would you
beat
get
this
to
man
tell?
up?
Why would you get to tell
What are you
random
talking about?
adult women how to talk?
Can you say what the
Are you
fucking
okay?
motherfucking shit?
She
Can
can
you
talk
say
however
one
she
English
wants. She's
word?
not your
Motherfucking
child.
shit. You
Can
really
you the
don't want to get
motherfucking
down
shit?
that petty. I'm
Goddamn
gonna
shit.
tell you right now.
DERELL.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna tell you right now. You don't want to go down that petty vibe with me, cause I'm real petty.
Miss, I don't.
So
I'm here.
DERELL.
I'm here
DERELL.
for it.
Can you please?
Make it better want to go down that petty path.
DERELL. Can
Yeah,
you
I'm here
please?
for it.
Can you
I'm
please
here for it.
recommend
you
this
picking
man
a
for
fight
counseling?
where you shouldn't
He
pick a
needs
fight at.
counseling. He's hurt. He needs counseling.
You want to
Period.
fight a
Hold on.
woman so bad.
All right, guys. The chat is really getting frustrated. We got too many people talking at one time. I want conversation, but we gotta let everybody speak. The chat can't understand shit. So let's.
Brother
I just want to make a. I want to make a statement real fast. Hold on, sir. You gotta wait. Hold on. Just wait, sir. I just want to say this. I would recommend that you get therapy and counseling because you are very angry and you're toxic. And everything that you
All right,
bring
your
in is a lot of anger that's
recommendations
built
have
up.
been denied. Your
Can you
recommendations
allow
have been
her to
denied.
finish?
No, I don't. Nobody allows me to finish, so I don't really care what she's talking about.
So you being petty?
That's a leader. That's a
I mean,
leader for
she
you.
recommends some therapy. All right, I got it. No, I mean, nobody
So
cares.
are you being petty?
No, I'm just telling her I could care less what she recommends.
Are you playing tit for tat though? I thought we were having a grown up. I thought we were having a grown up discussion.
I thought you couldn't talk without motherfucking shit and fuck.
Well, am I talking without it, or have I said it?
I thought you was gonna stop drinking, but you still drinking, and this still
I
daytime.
don't drink, baby. I don't drink.
You sound like you drunk.
I don't drink.
You sound drunk.
Oh my
I
God.
don't drink, and now you want to be
Why
petty. Now, if you
sound
want to
like
go
you
down
drunk?
this petty ass road,
I'll
I'm
be
trying
back
to
later,
be.
man. I'll be back later, man.
You sound.
I'm
right.
trying. I'm trying not to go down the road that I could.
You sound
So
like
just
you're trying to get done with the rest of that fifth.
what?
Let me go and get recognize game. I just got a quick
No,
question,
hold
brother.
up,
Respect before I get out of here.
No, you keep asking. No, you keep asking me questions. But you won't answer my question, brother. Brother,
I will answer your question, brother.
I asked you
I just
where
want
is
you
the
to ask me a question.
website that you took
Just
all that
one
money
question,
for?
brother. Then you can ask me a question.
All right, no, I asked. No, you can't ask me
Look,
shit else,
brother.
man. You can't ask
Brother,
me nothing else.
recognize game,
You
brother.
can't
Look,
ask me
man, it ain't,
nothing else,
brother.
bro,
Stop
until
being
you
so
answer my
emotional,
question.
brother.
I already
Stop
answered
being
your
so, brother.
question.
You in your
You're not gonna
feelings,
ask me
man.
another question.
Stop being so
Now,
emotional.
why
So
did
listen
you
to me,
take
brother.
the people's money and spend it on a website that don't exist?
Look, brother.
Why did you
All
take
I gotta ask you is
donations,
this, brother.
just like
Do you
Umar,
think?
for a
Do you
program
think
that don't
Umar?
exist
Look, brother. Look.
and a
Do
website
you
that don't
think,
exist?
brother?
You
Please,
gonna answer?
brother.
Brother,
Come on, man. Let's be mature, brother. Come on now, brother. Let's be mature.
Brother.
Do you think? Look,
Come on, brother. I'm
Do
trying
you
to fly
think?
like an eagle. Come on,
Recognize
brother.
game. Do you think
Brother.
Umar Johnson's daughter is just looking out, just looking for her father's attention? That's all I want to say. Yes or no?
I think Umar Johnson's daughter is looking for your website.
All right. DERELL, brother, take care, brother. Much love, man. Great panel, great show, DERELL. Peace.
Okay.
Much love to all the scammers in the Pan-African community, because y'all been on the road. Y'all keep taking money for websites and programs. Ain't nobody enrolled. Ain't nobody working there. Ain't no board of directors. Ain't no employees. Ain't nothing. No 501c3. No LLC.
Let's get
Y'all
back to
dudes
the
are scammers.
topic. Okay, scammer, that's fine. So, in a nutshell, recognize what is your overall assessment of what's going on with Umar and his daughter? Like, what's your overall situation with it? Like, what do you think overall?
I mean, I haven't even spoken on Umar. I don't know what his daughter is talking about. I'm not privileged to any of the information. So I'm not going to sit here and say Umar. I'm not going to support the daughter who's also an adult.
I know you see what's going on online. Let's not act like you don't see the video.
Yeah, I see the video. I don't know. This is an adult.
What is your opinion on it? What is your opinion?
All right, I gave my opinion. We don't know. Just because somebody says something, we should examine all of the court proceedings, all of the petitions.
There were no court proceedings because he wasn't there. He didn't file shit.
No, hold on. How are you paying child support if there's no court proceedings?
Yeah, but that's multiple. Do you know how many baby mamas we're talking about?
Hey, anybody he's paying child support for is down there at the family court, so it's on record.
He didn't pay child support for all the children.
All I'm talking about is this one kid. I don't even know how many kids Umar got.
Well,
right now, that got out there and said what she said the other day. Okay, I'm pretty sure.
What you basically in all in the truth. What you're saying is that you don't believe she totally telling the truth is what you're saying.
No, I just hold up. Maybe you can't hear me. Is this thing on? I said I'm pretty sure she's telling the truth, but we don't know everything that happened between the mother and the father. They both contributed to Umar not being there. And we can look at the paperwork to figure out who said what, who tried to get what as far as this agreement. But you can't just say, okay, well, she lived with the mom the whole time, who could have very well been telling her whatever she wanted to tell her about Umar. But I'm not going to make any assumptions. All I'm going to say is, everything that's said in the courtroom, it's a stenographer in there taking minutes and saying everything that was discussed in here between each party that was involved. It's all written down. So why would we just sit here and say that one person is right and one person is wrong, especially somebody who works in human services in any capacity? Because you know it's all case by case. So y'all should really just stop doing that.
But hold on. But there's also another aspect to this. He has openly and admittedly complained about issues and has admitted to not being there for his children. This came out of his mouth. Like, now he put his business, he's up there saying he has put his business out there. He has went on interviews and talked about the fact that he didn't marry these women. He came out and stated very vividly of the fact of paying child support for the youngest child and so on. So he has divulged this information. So I mean, he has to take responsibility. He put his information out there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't agree with that any more than I've already agreed with it. But my point is, any woman who has the power of choice, who decides to have a child with somebody who's not their husband, well, they can't really care too much about parenthood or the child's well-being, because statistics show, like the ladies was running down earlier, I appreciate that, was telling us all the things that they experience with the kids who don't have both parents involved in their lives. They have this, they're really harboring all this animus for their own biological parent, and they don't really know what's going on. All they know is what one party is telling them because they live there. So Umar could very well be the scum of the earth. And like I said before, that's believable based on what he does with the school. But I don't know. All right, it's case by case. And if you can say that somebody who's not in their kid's life should not be around kids, then we have to examine 75% of all the black educators in the school system. And I think really that does us a disservice, because it's a lot of people who can do a very good job at educating and transferring educational skills to a pupil who are not married and might have 5 or 6 kids by different mothers, might have 5 or 6 kids by different fathers. And I know plenty of them. I worked with a whole lot of women that had kids by multiple baby daddies who ain't even looking at being married. And they're good at educating. So y'all need to cut that shit out, man.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead. What's up, Queen? You got any responses? I see you back.
I was listening to what the man was saying earlier about, basically his daughter feeling like she's not getting enough love from her father,
Okay.
or she doesn't really know him and stuff like that. Is the outrage, is it because he's Umar Johnson and he's trying to make a school and have Pan-Africanism and is that where the outrage is, or is it because he's a black man, he's harsh with his daughter?
The outrage is the fact that he has denigrated black men for lack of fatherhood, and he doesn't practice what he preaches. That's the outrage. Like he's talking about black men marrying black women, and he got baby mamas that he didn't marry. So that's hypocrisy on how he lives his life versus what he preaches on social media. That's the outrage.
Right.
So
what is his relationship with the daughter?
It's nothing. According to her, they don't have a relationship at all. And that's the reason why, and the reason why she contacted him was not necessarily for a relationship with him. It was to find out about her siblings that she don't know anything about, that because Umar got other children that she claims she got other siblings that she wants to have a relationship with.
Oh, okay. Because the way the young man was saying, well, not young, well, the man was saying earlier,
right,
was just that he was being harsh with his daughter, and like my dad, he's very harsh with me. Like my dad, he's like, he's not no lovey-dovey type person,
right.
And that's why I was saying earlier, maybe he's just not lovey-dovey. He's stern and
now she wish she had some of that. She said he missed all of her major accomplishments, graduations, birthdays, holidays. He wasn't around for any of that.
Wow.
So when people are so my position is this, and see, everybody wants to talk about, my background, and I was, this, and we work. I mean, we recognize game. We work in the same field. I see this all the time. I've been in court. I've actually testified in court, and I understand black men's frustration with the court system. However, the main issue, from my perspective, is that if you see that you cannot communicate and get a good outcome about child custody and seeing your children, you need to have your money up and get you a lawyer and go through that process. Whining about it, crying or pleading and all this other stuff, because Umar cried and whined about it online about the fact that his baby mother was telling him he could see the kids under certain conditions, which he couldn't see his kids unsupervised. As a man, I would feel some kind of way about that too. But you need to go get your lawyer, if that's the case, and file for custody, for shared custody.
So can I interject?
It's not complicated. I'm not going to go into this trying to talk and plead and put the family in it. No, I'm not, because that's a waste of time. Because every year that you do that, is every year your child is losing their father. I'm not saying it's right for a woman to do that, but you still have rights as a father, and you have the right to file for custody, shared custody. No one's stopping you from doing that.
Can I interject right there? Now, when you say, because it's a lot in that statement, but you kind of just breeze by the part where you say, "No, it's not really cool for a woman to do that."
No,
but
it's not.
But that's the man need to go down there and get their money up, because everybody knows. Hold up, but everybody. Well, the reason why. All right, but the reason why the man, in particular, that's a gender bias that you just described. The reason why the man has to go down there, get his money up, put in a petition, get a lawyer and all this, is because the system is literally enabling the woman, and they don't need to get a lawyer. In fact,
No, recognize. No, the
No, you
system
just
does not
described that.
enable. No.
So
The
why does
system
she
does
need
not
a
enable.
lawyer?
Hold
So
on,
why does
recognize.
she need a
Listen,
lawyer?
listen to me. Listen.
Why you
The
won't answer
system.
that?
Hold on. Listen. Let me explain it. The system does not enable a woman to do anything. That
You
woman
just
chose that they made
Yes.
that decision based on whatever reasons as it relates to. But the reality is that when you decide to impregnate a woman you're not married to, that is a potential consequence of your decision.
right.
And I'm not saying that's right,
parties.
okay? But when you decide to impregnate and have sex with a woman and impregnate her that's not married to you, she
Right.
can do that, okay? And so even though that's the case, you made that decision. So therefore, instead of arguing, and I've said this in the manosphere and other spaces, why are you doing all this arguing, bickering, and whatever? Get your money up, get your lawyer, file whatever you have to do, have yourself together so you can get shared custody. The problem is too much
Yeah, I just feel like
informal back,
it's
too much informal back and
equal
forth that means
responsibility.
nothing.
Hold
For some
on.
reason,
Hold
that's
on.
offensive.
Hold on. Let
All
him
right, but
finish his
I
thought.
just feel like it's offensive. I just think it's offensive
Okay,
Yeah,
but
to only
D-Darrell,
expect heavy
okay,
expectations from a man.
Recognize,
Because he's a
D-Darrell,
man.
to make him feel better, D-Darrell, to make him feel better, both parents need to get their money up and go to court. Does that make you
But
feel
that's just
better?
not true. Because it's not true. Only the man has to get his money up and go to court and pay a lawyer.
No,
That's
both
the point
parents
I'm
got to
making.
get their money up and go to
No, they
court.
don't, because the women don't
Because
need
if that man
the
goes,
women don't
because hold on,
need to pay have a lawyer.
hold on,
So
because
you making up laws.
if that man goes and gets a lawyer, that woman is gonna have to go get a lawyer.
No, she's not. She already has her rights in
Yes,
place. He's
she
trying to
is.
get rights that
No,
she's
she will have to
denying.
go. If you go to family
Yes,
court,
she is.
if that man sues
Yeah,
for
the lawyer is provided by the court for her, and y'all
If
know
you
it.
get
not in all situations.
What y'all talking about? Y'all lying.
No, it's
The
not.
law-
Not in every situation.
All right. Well, in Pennsylvania, they provide a lawyer for her, and
Yeah,
whoever
either
is
way, both
whoever is
parties
the
need a
defendant.
lawyer.
Afford one.
All right. Well,
If she can't afford
yeah,
one.
but y'all said get your money up and pay a lawyer. All right.
Yes,
There's a
you
big
do.
Is the
difference
money part taking you
in
off
having
course?
a free lawyer. You got a
I'm
free
trying.
lawyer.
I'm trying to figure out what part is making
Y'all don't
you
know. Y'all
angry.
don't know the law. Y'all don't know
No,
the law.
don't say I don't know the law, but
Listen.
I'm trying to figure out what part of it is making you angry. Is it the money part, or is it the fact that he has to get a lawyer?
No, the decision-making capacity. I'll tell you every part that makes me disgusted
Okay.
and despondent at
You're
the same time
disgusted.
with the
You're
whole
disgusted.
system. All right, the decision, the inequity in decision-making capacity, the inequity in being able to decide as a
The
person who.
inequity.
Let me finish. Damn. See, that's why I don't talk to uneducated people. Every time I say a word that's more than 2 syllables, somebody got to stop and act like, oh my God, a black man used a word with more than 3 syllables. I mean,
Is
come
that
on.
what I said?
Inequitable. All right, inequitable. Let me finish. Don't repeat every word I say. It's sophomoric.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Let me finish.
I'm just
You ask me
wondering
a question
what you're
and then
saying.
y'all start talking again. That's the frustrating part.
Are
Every
you
single
frustrated?
time. All right, thank you. Let me finish. All right.
You
So you ask me a
frustrated?
question. All right. See, that's why you sound single too. All y'all. This is where all the single women come to blow off
Now I
steam.
sound
They got
single.
all they crumb snatchers in the crib, and don't nobody know who the daddy is. That's
What
what
are
we
you
going through right
talking
now.
about? The daddy
That's how
for
women talk.
who?
That's how women talk who are unkept.
What are you talking about?
All right. You want to hear that? Do you want to hear me answer your question or not?
Go ahead, answer.
All right, damn. Thank you. All right, the part that I'm frustrated with as far as family court, and it's not from personal experience, it's from professional experience, okay? That's the part y'all don't want to hear. All right, so a man, like DERELL explained, there is a gender bias because, as DERELL explained, if you don't like something that you're going through with the woman who's being asked to agree or disagree, with whether or not this man should have equal decision-making capacity, equal visitation rights, equal this, equal that. When you're asking someone, they already have the rights, and they have the ability to bestow those rights on the father. And if you don't agree with it, then you, as a man, have to pay for a lawyer to argue for something that you've been given.
My dad never had to pay for a lawyer.
She don't stop. All right, so
I'm saying my dad never had to pay for a lawyer.
Okay, like DERELL said, well, DERELL could be wrong. I don't know. But DERELL said you need to get your money up and pay a lawyer. All right, and pay a lawyer to fight for your parental rights. That's what he just said. And I think that's despicable that you have to pay for something that you were born with. God-given human rights.
Yes, but as legalities, when you're shooting, you're not okay. The issue is this, and so to me, sometimes we lose common sense in this situation. You know as well as I know that the woman gives birth to the child, right?
Does she? I mean, I think.
Oh man, come on, recognize the stop there. Now you being.
All right, it takes two. All right, look, it takes two parents to conceive.
I said
you think
no.
accurate,
Who gives that child? The woman bears that child. She's carrying that child. She gives birth to the child. Okay.
All right, one person does that. One person does the other part.
Yeah, I know. But I'm not negating. I'm not negating one over the other. But that's the
so
fact.
do both parents have
the reality is that we got to look at the genesis of what caused what you may consider the gender bias towards women, and the fact of the matter that
hold on, towards women.
Yeah, the gender bias as far as leaning in the favor.
No. He wants the gender bias to go towards the men.
In the
gender
favor
bias,
of women.
he already explained
as it
the
comes
gender
to
bias
family
towards
law.
women.
Okay, the reality is this. Okay, in the 1950s and 60s, these laws were implemented for white women who had husbands or whomever that left them financially destitute through marriage or divorce or what have you, but they were put in bad economic situations due to these men not taking care of these children. So those laws were written in the protection of white women, and they've been written as such, and they have not been changed. Okay, now we fast forward to now we got black men who choose to go in raw with women, whether she consented you to do it or not. That don't mean you had to concede to that. You make the child. Okay.
Oh no, they both make the child.
I know they both. No,
but only one of them is carrying the child.
So do we believe that there should be equal parenting?
Recognize we're above arguing semantics. You know what I mean?
No, that's not semantics. I'm asking.
It is semantics. We know it takes two people to. We don't have to reiterate.
That's not what I asked. I'm asking you.
I can annoy the hell out of him. I want to annoy him.
So let me finish. So with that being said, the courts are going to lean towards the mother 9 times out of 10 being the primary caregiver, the primary person for the child, custodian of the child. That doesn't mean as a man you don't have rights. And so due to that happening, as a man, you're going to have to get a lawyer. If y'all can't come to an agreement, you're going to have to pay for a lawyer. That's the reality. You can
is that reality
what's fair. It ain't about what's fair.
Is it a gender bias? I didn't say it was fair or unfair.
It's a gender bias. You know what? Women have gender biases all the time. They get paid 80%. Black women make 65% of what a white man makes.
Let's go, DERELL.
I mean,
so we're not supposed to point out all of them?
Come on, hold on. It's gender bias is everywhere. You're not
Shouldn't we point it out? So we shouldn't point it out?
No, it's not.
You can point out gender bias, but I can't.
Hold on. Let me finish. Recognize.
That's crazy.
Listen, women.
You just said.
Okay, you wanna let me get it out, man. I'm the host. Y'all let me talk. Recognize. I'm gonna let you rebuttal. Gender bias exists everywhere.
Right.
Okay. There's gender bias towards black men in the court system. We're
All
more
right, let's stay
likely
focused on the one
because
I'm
we're black men, we're more likely to be convicted of crimes we didn't commit. That's the reality. But you know what? You're gonna have to lawyer up.
All right,
Like,
so can we
so
acknowledge?
so my position is this: if you can't afford a lawyer, then you don't need to be making kids.
I agree with that because you
Okay,
damn sure getting railroaded. So this is what you up against because it's a gender bias, right? Is it because it's a gender bias, right?
Gender bias exists everywhere.
All
On
right, so
both
answer
sides.
my question, bro. Is this particular thing I'm talking about a gender bias? Men, what you're talking about, men have to lawyer up because of the system,
Yes,
because
it's
of the
gender.
law.
I said it was gender bias.
They both have to get
Alright,
lawyers
so
in
why-
family.
Yeah, what are you saying?
Yeah, but
Either
one
way,
of them
you
is
can agree
free.
to that.
One of them gets a free court-appointed lawyer, and you have to pay for it.
Appointed lawyer in
It
family
doesn't
court.
matter.
What part y'all don't get?
It doesn't.
You do not.
Because
You
gender
do
bias.
not get a free.
Okay, let me say this.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not even in
You know what
Pennsylvania.
he's talking about. He does.
Listen, let's recognize. You gotta let me.
Don't get a free
We gotta
lawyer in
have a
family
dialogue.
court.
DeRell,
No,
you
you
haven't had enough of this guy yet. Like, can we have an adult conversation?
Can we have an adult conversation without you keep jumping in and cutting me off and saying something while I'm talking?
Correct
You
information.
just
got here.
He keeps
All right, well, look
talking
it up.
all
Make
over
a change.
DeRell. He's not
Make a
even
change. Look it up.
respecting
You look
Look
everything
at him
else up.
talking all over me.
Look it up. Because you don't know what you're talking about.
He
So
does
you
know.
keep saying he don't know. All
Yes,
you
I
gotta
do
do is
know.
look it up.
I do know. I know better than you. I
You ain't you don't live in Pennsylvania.
It's right
You
here.
don't know Pennsylvania law.
It's
Okay.
right here. Read it. You can go to the
Now you wanna just-
Pennsylvania law website and read it. It's
Like,
right
can we please just have a few minutes without him, DeRell?
I allowed you to dominate. I've
You
allowed you
did.
to dominate the airwaves. You gotta let me speak. I allowed you to. You spoke and talked.
You didn't allow me to
you-
speak, bro.
Yeah,
You
yes,
did
I
not
did.
allow
I
me
am
to speak.
allowing
As soon as I started talking.
All right. Okay. So with that being said, like I was saying, gender bias exists. We're not in a perfect world. So this whole thing about when we talk about education, when we talk about economics, hiring, firing, all of these different things, men for the most part, there's a bias that benefits men. Okay. Now there's one situation that doesn't as it relates to family law. And so you can't cry about that because all the other advantages go to men. And that's a fact. We cannot just act like that doesn't happen. And so as men, if you're gonna go and have unprotected sex, okay, he talking to himself. As men, if you're gonna
Wow,
go
he was
and
back there still talking. Oh
yeah, he
my
was still talking. Like, look, as men, because of that, if you those laws were implemented for that reason. So if you're going to impregnate somebody that's not your wife, this is the reality of what you got to deal with. I do not feel sorry for you. Okay, don't impregnate women that are not your wife. Okay, then you won't have that issue. You have choice. Just because a woman gives you consent to go into her raw, don't mean you have to do so. You can choose not to have sex. You can choose to put a condom on anyway. So I don't want to hear because of the aftermath. Well, it ain't fair that she got to get a lawyer and she can get a free lawyer and I don't. That is not true. That is not true. I've been in family court many times and testified and gave testimony as it relates to people trying to sue for custody, and both people had their own private lawyer. Okay. So I don't know what's going on in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania, but I know in the state of Texas and in Louisiana,
It's the same, DeRell.
I've seen court system where both persons had their own lawyers and they were suing for custody or whatever type of legal parameters that they wanted for visitation. So I don't know what we're talking about.
What woman is gonna walk into a divorce court where her husband has an attorney and she does not? Like, what type of fantasy land?
That doesn't even make
get
sense.
a free divorce attorney. Like, what is he talking about? And instead of talking all over everybody, if he believes that that's true in his state, like, can we not, since we're calm, logical, rational men, just pull up a source and prove it? Like, is that asking too much?
Yeah, see, that's a manosphere talking point about the free lawyer thing, and that is not totally true. There are situations where women can get granted a free lawyer, okay, but there's circumstances. But my experience, I see women paying for those lawyers.
Well, but in those cases, there's no gender bias because men are also eligible. A quarter of all divorces are due to abuse. And I know this because I just looked it up. Google is free. And so yeah, so in that case, if a man is getting abused, he has every right to free representation, just like a woman. It just so happens to be that the majority of the people exercising that's not even a right in every state is women, because overwhelmingly divorces have happened historically because women are being abused by men. This is just a historical fact. It's not always true, but is it a gender bias when 90-something% of the women who are murdered by their husband or boyfriends, and for men it's like less than 20%? Is that a gender bias? Where do I go? What sphere do I go to complain about the gender bias of domestic violence?
Woo! Well, I mean, you spoke it. That's all I can say about that. I mean, gender bias exists. I'm not trying to say that gender bias doesn't exist. It exists on both ends. But this whole thing about arguing about gender bias in family court is to me is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Because
you know what it gets to me,
because at the same time you made choices, and you gotta take responsibility for the choices you make.
Well, there's that part, and there's also like the opportunistic. It's just like when white people want to complain about how they think affirmative action on college entrances is racist or unfair. And I'll never be one to be unreasonable and suggest that perhaps in the abstract is not. But why are you so concerned about the racism of that? Why not the racism in housing and education and healthcare? Like, the only time you seem to be worried about equity and fairness is the one time where you're disadvantaged, much to the very good point you made, DERELL, that most gender biases goes in favor of men. So if you're not talking about employment and pay and healthcare and all these other biases, why should I take you seriously that you're bringing up this one advantage women have when it's the only single time where you're disadvantaged?
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't. It's you know, I'm looking at the totality of what you have to experience in life, and so if you're gonna cry about family court because you claim she get a free lawyer, but you got all the money and you got every resource to get a lawyer, like, I'm sorry, I'm not crying for you on that. But go ahead, what's up with Make a Change?
No, I was just coming up to say his reference to that a woman gets a free lawyer in family court. That's incorrect. Even in Pennsylvania, you don't get a free lawyer. You know, you could apply for like legal aid or something, but the court doesn't appoint you a free. Exactly, so could men. The court doesn't appoint you a free lawyer.
That's a classic manosphere talking point, that she automatically get a free lawyer. You got to pay. You got to come out of pocket everything and all this kind of stuff. And so nobody told you to have sex with somebody that you know who's living at the poverty level that can't afford their own lawyer. You chose to be with a woman that could not afford their own lawyer, that had no skills or anything, and you got her pregnant. So that's the reality of what you have to deal with. You have choices. Like, let's not act like you don't have the choice not to do things. And so when you have to deal with the product of your bad choices, it's gender bias.
Right.
No, it is you made bad choices. The reality
why is it women always should have chose better, but these men will sit around crying about how life isn't fair to them when they also call themselves.
They should have chose better.
They should have chose better, period. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah, you should have chose not to be with somebody because you felt she was easy or whatever. Now you have to deal with the results of that. Like, it goes.
I know that's right.
Well, and it's so clear at the end of the day what these manosphere men are really angry about is just the fact that women have the ability to leave men. Like, that's the thing that they actually think is unfair, because you'll hear them 70% of divorce is initiated by women. Yes, because they're trying to escape abusive or exploitative relationships. What woman wants to get divorced unless the marriage is unsafe? So they want to be able to sit around talking about how they fuck 17 different married women and talking to women in a mean and dismissive way. Right, it was like he was bragging like that was the shit. Like, dude, you sound like a swinger pervert.
That was
just on your way to being a queer. Like, that's not.
I swear, Miss Thing, if it hadn't been for DERELL, I was gonna make that man have a headache. It was just on my brain.
Well, I think it was just so many of us wanted to go at him because trust me, I was about to cook that nigga. I only left because Make a Change left him. I be trying to follow Make a Change, good example.
Now, Recognized Game has argued these points before, and he does this. He comes and he'll try to say stuff, but it's like everybody get mad at me when I let Recognize that because I try to let him talk, but sometimes, I mean, you can't dictate the flow. Like I really gave him a lot of leeway tonight. I think I did. I let him speak.
I was about to be on my best bullshit.
I
really was.
Gave him, and the thing about it is, he does every time. I try to let him speak, but at the same time, you can't dictate the flow. When you got 7 other people on a panel, right, you just can't think you got free range to give every opinion about everything. Like it's just not gonna work. You gotta let everybody speak.
Well, he just gets more and more belligerent. I want to say too, guys like him with this whole "you're a single mom," like nobody on the panel is a single mom, but that's clearly who he's angry at is his whore of a mother, and he just wants somebody a single mom. Like that's clearly what's going on.
Damn, who around you is a single mom?
I said with his mom. Like, dude, unless your mom was a whore, why would you be telling every woman they cheat and they're all whores? Like clearly,
I'm gonna say this.
He walked in on your mom fucking multiple different men, and now you're all fucked up in the head, fucking all these different women, probably getting fucked in the ass. You probably a whole pervert. But I'm gonna say this: when he says something like that, empowered single woman such as myself, it's like he doesn't know that he is a walking advertisement for why. It's not that I'm glad I don't have a husband. I mean, anybody who says they wouldn't want to be in a loving marriage is lying, right? But I'm grateful that I'm not one of my grandmothers or grandmothers where women were so disempowered that they had to be tied to a man as angry as him. And for most of human history, that has been women's reality, that we needed a man, any man, to marry us so that we could support ourselves because we couldn't earn a living. So whatever night I'm laying in bed alone, or I'm feeling challenged by my celibacy, or I wish I had a partner and these types of things, I can always take so much comfort that at least I'm not trapped in this house with that angry man.
Right. Well, that is so right.
But he contradicted himself though, because he was on the panel trying to ask the ladies if they have kids, right?
He made it personal. He made it personal when he didn't have to be personal.
Then he came back and he said, "Well, an educator could be a good educator even if they don't have kids." So what was the point he was trying to prove?
I guess he said we shouldn't have been criticizing Umar then.
Yeah, so
but he said earlier, anybody who has kids out of marriage hates children and shouldn't be around children. He's so emotional. I don't know if he's drunk or what, but Make a Change is right. Later on, he took it back and said we could be great teachers.
Yes.
Like I can hate kids and be a great teacher. Like, what are you talking about? I want to destroy the Black community, but you think I could be great with pupils? Like, nigga, imagine having to imagine 100 years ago, women really had to be under the dominance of a man like that, just talking stupid, dumb, mad because he poor and can't figure out how to get money, mad all the time. You can't please him. He a whole pervert. He bring you home God knows how many diseases from these prostitutes he's sleeping with, claiming they was married women when we all know they was married to the streets, but whatever.
Hey, DERELL, I'm about to head out, man. But hey, man, unblock me, man, so I could talk my ish in the chat, man. Unblock me.
I didn't block you. I didn't block you.
I think I'm blocked from like several months ago, since last year. You know how that goes between you and me, DERELL.
Yeah.
I don't remember block. Okay, let me.
Okay, man.
All right, man. I'm unblocking.
DERELL, don't you ever block me. You block me, DERELL, we're gonna have some issues in the water.
I didn't block you. Yeah, but I'm like the issue. The whole issue is this. I mean, he made it personal. He shouldn't have made it personal because we was talking about Umar, and so I don't know why it went to we don't have the right to criticize. I don't understand this whole thing about not believing that this girl is telling the truth. That to me, this is where this is kind of stemming.
It's about not holding Black men accountable. It's about
like,
no.
Right.
All the shame and blame goes to Black women.
Like it's almost like the guys who had custody or issues with their baby mamas, they're coming out the woodwork. Like I feel what Umar going through,
Yeah.
And it's like they're expressing this. Like I'm like, this is not what this is about. Let's not internalize your
No, it wasn't the dudes who had issues with custody. It's the dudes who abandon their kids because they don't want to be judged.
Well, you see, that's why I asked you what is this really about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because you can't understand something unless you know the root of it all. And so I'm like, well, are y'all mad about him being Dr. Umar? Or are y'all mad about him being a black man that didn't take care of his business as a man?
Right.
Like, it's different. It's two different categories.
Yeah, because
whether him being able to be an educator ain't got nothing to do with him being a good father.
Right, that's true. And then another thing, Seth Marie, and see, I'm tripping because there's certain people that should have came up on here that didn't want to come on the panel and talk about this. Because any other time I say some pro Umar shit, you got 4 or 5 people coming up about Umar this and that. Like, you know,
that might be a good thing. Listen to these idiots you had up here. It might be they got enough shame to be like, I don't know.
Right, but I appreciate Seth Marie coming up.
Yeah,
but you know,
but it was almost like he was too dumb to know it was an unwinnable argument.
Like Seth Marie. Like my thing is, we on this thing about we only getting one side of the story. Now we need to. We claim that Umar mad about the white man paperwork, but now all of a sudden we need to see the white man paperwork.
Right.
Like, wait a minute.
Right.
Like, wait, make a difference. Like, wait, you telling us, you know, Umar mad because he don't want to file the paperwork, but now since he paying child support, we need to see what the baby mother did that prevented him. I'm gonna say this: the primary. I'm not gonna even say mother. I'm gonna say the primary parent or the primary custodial parent has the right, particularly if you have not shown, based on your character or whatever, financially not taken care, they have a right to decide whether or not you should see that child or not, because they're the primary custodian. If you have an issue with that, it is in your best interest to sue through family court to get custody. If y'all can't, all of this other coming on the internet, they're mad at that. This is what Umar did. This is when we talk about what it is really about. The man he didn't even see his child when the baby was born. He didn't financially take care of the child. Okay, number one. And also, he didn't come by to see the child or spend time. So imagine you as a single mother had a child for this man who thousands of people are donating money to him, including myself at one time.
Right.
And he can't give this lady $100.
It's unbelievable.
For months and years. And so you expect me to just forget all of that and just let you see the child, and you ain't paying, and I'm struggling to you know. This is the reality.
Well, there's something else he kept saying that was
hold on, because at this point, it's not about what he did to you, or what it's about that child.
Yeah.
So that's when you go sue his ass, and you handle it that way. But you're supposed to be a grown ass adult,
right?
And you're supposed to be like, okay, my child needs his father or her father.
No, but
y'all
are both right. How could I even trust somebody with my child?
You can't trust somebody that don't know the child.
I will say somebody in the comments named May said at some point, we're gonna have to drag these women, and I do believe that.
Next too, but I want to say I don't agree with that. I want to get to that, but I want to say too that was another stupid thing that Game Recognizer or whatever kept saying. He was like, if you should have been able to come to an agreement, and then you wouldn't have had to go to court. But don't people go to court to make agreements? Isn't that what court is?
No, but
like,
this whole thing was about not spending money on a lawyer to get that agreement. He felt like we shouldn't be having to spend money. We should get, basically it's almost saying the man should get a free lawyer too. That's really what
And I mean, if he just want to go full communist with me, you know, I don't have a problem with that. I think all these social services should be free. I don't have no problem with that. But to say like, oh, you should have been able to work. Well, if you could have worked it out, you wouldn't have needed a lawyer. You need a lawyer because you couldn't work it out. Like this is a circular. Like, what are you saying? Like, that's what the lawyer's there for. When you can't work it out, my nigga, like that's the point.
My point is that, like I was saying, is that
custody is an agreement. Turn up TV. I apologize, DERELL, but you do go to custody court to make a custody agreement. That is what it's for. Go.
You're right.
Like that's literally what it's for.
I'm just saying, for real, the money part, you as a mother, you lay down with that nigga too. Whether you thought you was gonna lay down with a nigga with some money or not, you know, that's on you. You still did it. You made a gamble. Okay? You chose to have that baby. You had a choice not to.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. And I'm just saying, we all have choices. So my thing is the money part, once you found out that he wasn't gonna give you no money like he's supposed to, you need to go to court and get that.
I agree with that.
But when it comes to your child and his relationship with your child, you need to let him have that. Because this isn't about money. This is how your child is developing how to deal with other men, whether it's a boy or a girl. Your child, like right now, my daddy raised me. But when it comes to women, I don't trust none. So, you feel me?
Not really.
Because my dad raised me. My mother did not. So you have to have that other parent there regardless of the money.
Let me tell you why I don't agree.
And I'm gonna be honest, I ain't never seen my parents have an argument. Never. Ever. Like ever. So whatever arguments they did have about money,
they kept it away from you.
They kept it away. That ain't had nothing to do with me.
Well, that's good. Yeah. You know, like what you just said, it's like the Umar thing. I don't think any of us expect our parents to be perfect, but we all want to look back and say, like, even if my mom wasn't perfect, like they did try to do this, like you want to feel like your parents tried their best. Right. And I think that's most of us who aren't like psychologically fucked up. Like we're able to just kind of take the pluses and the minuses and be grateful as long as we know we were loved. And that's what Umar Johnson's daughter will never have. And DERELL, I want to know what you think about this idea of dragging the mothers. And here's why. Here's what I want to say to that. I think I would have, I'm looking forward to hear what TC has to say, even though I almost never agree with him when it comes to things about women and men. I want to say, for me, the thing that's changed my opinion about this dragging the women, especially with a person like Umar Johnson. Hey, May. I think that Umar Johnson is a narcissist, and I think that he's manipulative, and these narcissists, they love bomb women. And so yeah, so especially
but at the same time,
you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't have to give a whole speech. So it's like a woman who had the best of intentions, who's naive. They like young women. They like women that don't know better. Narcissists pick their victims. So because somebody has been a victim of narcissistic abuse, that's no different than physical abuse or anything else. I don't think it's fair when we don't know anything about these women when they could literally be victims to psychological manipulation.
I'm gonna shut up. Is that May? I think that's May from out the chat.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, it's me. Hey, y'all.
Hey, I want to hear what you have to say. Yeah, go.
Okay, I appreciate y'all. DERELL, I was gonna say thanks for such a lively conversation. First of all,
okay.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad dude gone though. I don't miss him. Good trip.
he was doing the most, man, and like I said, I gave him a lot of grace to speak and talk.
Yeah.
But we can't just have where you just monopolizing the whole goddamn conversation and talking crazy. I didn't like that he made it personal. Like we were not on here to talk about our own marital status and kids. We was talking about somebody else, and that's where things kind of went left. Like we didn't
Exactly.
we didn't have to talk about it is not important who's married, who's not married.
Yeah.
And he tried to make that the reason why we had certain positions, but not even knowing he don't know any of you all from night and day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He don't know that you married. Carrie don't even have kids, but he assumed everybody up here had multiple kids for multiple baby mamas without knowing anything about them.
That's what he thinks
Just
of black women.
overgeneralizing.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where things went left. You just you didn't have to make the person.
Kids. I don't have kids.
Yeah.
I was married for 15 years. Like, well, I wasn't married for the whole 15 years, but I was in a 15-year relationship. Like, he was just acting like I was some kind of hoodlum. I was like, wait a minute.
Well, and how immature is that mentality? Like, married good, single bad. Like, every marriage is not a quality marriage. You could be beating the shit out of your wife. Like, just because you're married doesn't mean that you have any better quality of life, that you have any more respect for women. Like, dude, you're trying to go to this binary, married, not married, because your quality of life is shit, and so you want to go by the numbers. Like, whatever, dude.
Yeah, I agree. But I agree with everything y'all just said. But I think that dude came with a lot of emotional baggage. That's what I think, and that's okay. But DERELL did a great he did a great showing of people's motives and personality demonstration. That's what I was trying to say.
Agree.
Yeah. So it was useful. It was very useful.
Yeah.
But I came up here because I want to drag the women a little bit. I just want to drag them a little bit. They
Did you
have
hear my
their
point about the narcissistic abuse?
No, what we're not gonna do is act like these women are little babies and they can't think for themselves.
But
You
if
know
you're
what I
being abused by a narcissist, you literally can't think for yourself.
Can I
It's
tell you
psychological
something
abuse and
else?
gaslighting and
Can I
love
tell you
bombing.
you know what? I can't even tell you that. All I'm saying is, you know what you're doing.
I don't know. And I don't normally bring up like narcissistic abuse, but when we're talking about somebody like Umar Johnson, I think that he is a skilled enough manipulator, especially because he's not in town all the time. He can like love bomb you and string you along, and he has this great image. I don't think that this is a situation where there's a power imbalance. It's like he's a preacher or something. Do you give any credence to what I'm saying about him being a narcissist and possibly manipulating otherwise smart, intelligent, good women?
Can we let May drag the women? Like,
I mean, if you just want to drag women, if you that type of woman, go on.
No, it's not. I'm not dragging women. Let me clarify. I'm not dragging women. I'm dragging the women that date Umar, that entertain Umar, and that have children by Umar. Those particular women, I'm dragging them. And the reason why is because we have to be fair and balanced. And to answer your question, you asked me, did I entertain the idea of him being a narcissist? Absolutely. That is why I wasn't like a serious follower, but I did listen to him. I was subscribed to him. I went to his lectures and stuff like that when he would come to Atlanta. And upon really using a critical eye, you need to be judgmental. Black people always say, you're judging, you need to judge. And that's the problem. We in our community, we decide we don't want to be judgmental, wherever that comes from. I started judging him and I started looking at him and I said, you know what? I'm judging. He's a hypocrite. I can see it clearly. This is before I even knew about the children. And because of that, I pulled myself back. And I'm not even like intimate with this man. I'm not dating this man. And I have
love bombing you. Is it fair to say
I have discernment. I have discernment without even having to do that. If he were to love bomb me,
drag women for not having discernment?
Not women, just the women that keep entertaining him, the women who keep having sex with him. We women have to take responsibility. We cannot sit here and always take the victim role. We can't keep doing that. We say we're feminists. I'm a feminist. I'm different maybe than you are as a feminist. I'm a humanist feminist. But as a feminist, I want my shit. I want my responsibility. I want my accountability. I am not a child. I'm not a child.
Victims of abuse. I'm all
They're not victims. They're not victims. They're not victims. They're not victims. Nobody can force you to open your legs and have sex unless it's RAPE.
No, but they can
those women
you. They can be dishonest.
Manipulation. This is true. This is true. But guess what? God gave us a gift. And you know what God gave us? He gave us intuition. He gave us the ability of discernment. He gave us special spiritual things that men will never possess.
Well,
And in
obviously
addition
he
to
didn't
that,
give that to
hold on
everybody, so
one second.
nobody was wrong.
Let me just finish this one sentence and I'll be
Okay,
quiet
I
and listen to you.
apologize. Go out, sis.
Let
Go
me
out.
no, you're okay, you're okay. Let me just I won't be long winded. I ain't gonna be like
Yeah,
dude.
you're so patient. I need to be respectful.
But let me say this. God gave us a womb. And that's sacred. Men can run around here with that little Peter reader and they can do whatever they want to do because that's how society is. But at the end of the day, we got a womb and we have to guard that womb. God has given us, without men, a very, very important role. And that's to guard the fruit of our womb. And if we fail to do that, then we're in trouble. So that's my thought. Go ahead.
You are
No,
acting.
I agree with that. And like I think that women definitely need to take accountability and to vet and all that other stuff. But I think that when you're dealing with a narcissist or a psychopath, there is nobody good enough to vet them. The only reason that most of us haven't been a victims of narcissistic abuse is just because a narcissist didn't pick us. These people aren't like other people. They don't have shame. They don't have guilt. Most people's discernment is not going to be triggered by an actual person with narcissistic personality disorder or psychopathy because they're animals, they're predators. So to look at somebody who's been the victim of an actual person whose whole body chemistry makes them completely different types of humans than most of us have had experience with, I just think it's victim blaming.
I think you think
because I do think they're victims. I do think they're
but
actually
listen,
victims.
they might be victims, but they walked into it. I'm sorry, the first couple of women might have been victims with nothing to blame. But after that, you knew what you were walking into.
See, now I agree with that now. These women have 22-year-old children with him. So, and however old they are, and mind you, Umar, the particular position he plays in the Black consciousness community, every year there's people who's finding this community for the first time. And he is, in fact, a predator. So I think that he's able to find women who are young or naive. I don't think that the women who he targets have any idea the game that he's laying down on them. I don't think that he's impregnating.
I don't know about that, kid.
Oh, go deep, bro. I want to know because I could be wrong. Yeah, go on.
The research on narcissists and blase. Do you know narcissists don't go after naive? They don't go after dumb. They don't go after stupid. Narcissists go after people. No, they don't.
Well, there's different types of narcissists, right? There's like grandiose.
No, they don't. They don't even consider that. If you're not a challenge for them, because you have to be a part of the game.
No, hold on. Here's what I know. They have primary source and secondary source.
I can't speak on that.
Well, so from what I heard, they have their primary source, and this is the person who they abuse the worst, the person who they normally married to. And this person is normally dumb enough to believe their lies, easy to manipulate, easy to kind of get the things that they need. And then they have their secondary sources who are their little flings who they get more excitement from, who they might want somebody that's stronger and more interested to break, and then they discard them. So again, I'm not an expert in this. I only know what I've seen on YouTube like everybody else.
Well, because I'm interested in it.
They have more than one. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I've done a lot of research in it and I've been in it. So
don't they have more than one type of source? Isn't that true? Isn't it true that they have more than one type of source?
Very few
they do have multiple sources, but the
what?
But they don't have stable relationships.
It's not because they're stupid. Like that is it's a game. And why would you play a game where you know you win every time?
Well, because they need that one. They need somebody to clean up.
No, they need to play. You're thinking, oh, they want to win all the time. No, that's boring. That's boring. Who does that? Like, no, we're talking real life here.
No, because they have their other people. From what I understand, they be abandoning their primary source and coming back. They still be dumping them, but they'll go and come back. They go live their life, but they kind of the ones, and some of them are more skilled than others. Like some narcissists don't have any long-lasting relationships. Like narcissist isn't this binary thing. So I don't want to get into a whole thing about it because I don't even know what I'm talking about. I just know what I saw on YouTube. I'll let you talk on that. But I'm saying, like, to say that narcissists don't like naive people, I don't know that that's fair.
They don't like naive and stupid. They don't. If they do,
well, naive and stupid are not the same thing.
If they do anything with a naive and stupid, it's just a play, like a little play toy. But
I feel you, but you know, naive can be naive and smart.
Guys,
like you can be naive and smart.
I'm gonna have to end because of my profession. I'm gonna have to end the talk on narcissism. I don't want.
I don't want to talk about. I don't want to.
Hold on, wait, listen. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that those are sentiments of me as a professional therapist. I can't. I don't want. I want to. I'm gonna have to end it.
Okay.
It's a good rhetoric, but I just can't. I don't want to have to deal with that.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about narcissism myself. I just want to stick to. I personally would just like to talk about accountability as it relates to women. And this is where I'm standing on it. I think going forward, particularly now, any woman who is stupid enough, whether he's love bombing or smooching or buying or whatever he's doing, we got to check ourselves as women. We got to say, do I have boundaries and expectations? We got to hold ourselves accountable as women. Because what happens is there's a certain number of ways that people manipulate. There's no doubt about it. Manipulation happens with all kinds of people, right? We know how little girls can, get watery eyes and they start sticking their lip out to their father and tilt their head to the side and start whining. It's manipulation. They're not really that sad and messed up. Everybody knows how to manipulate. Children, adults, we all manipulate. So what I'm saying is this, that we as women, we got to start saying, I need boundaries and expectations. And when that person comes around us, they either meet our boundaries or expectations. And if we don't have any, and we haven't set any, and we just let any old Negro come around us, that's our fault. We have to do that. We want to take responsibility to be adult women. You need to be your own gatekeeper. If you don't have gatekeepers, you better be a damn good one. If you think you're going to go out here and you're grown enough to date and you're grown enough to pick your own options, you better stand up in it. Stand up in your shit. We don't get to hide behind it. I'm a female. I'm weak. We don't get to hide behind that.
So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Boundaries and men can be the victims of narcissistic abuse too. So I'm not making this
absolutely.
We're not talking about narcissism, please. Please.
Wait, I have a question.
Okay. I'm gonna hop down and let them do it because I don't really have any interest in bashing these women anyway. So I'm just getting in the way. I'm gonna hop down. Thanks for having me up.
So I have a question. What is that other guy has the same profession as you, DERELL? Hello?
DERELL?
DERELL.
He went quiet. I'm not sure. Maybe he stepped away for a second. Yeah, I'm not coming up here. We use like loaded language and stuff like bashing somebody and all that. What I'm saying is that we got to start using common sense as women. You know what I'm saying? That's my whole thing. And I just think that to whom much is given, much is expected. And we have to just stand up for ourselves. We got to stop being like weak and saying, oh, I didn't have the logic and I was using my emotions. It's like time up for that, And I think women are strong. I don't think women are stupid. I don't think women are weak. I come from a place of empowerment for women. And so I absolutely do hold women accountable for their poor decisions. You have a wound to protect. I would not even, as a woman, why would I even allow myself to have unprotected sex with a man who is clearly a whore? He could be giving me diseases. What about my self-respect as a woman? I don't get a pass for that. I don't get a pass and just be like, I just didn't know. And I was a victim because he was so nice to me. This sounds like white women rhetoric. This sounds like white feminist rhetoric. Everything's a fucking victim. I'm a black woman and I believe that we're smart. I believe we're intelligent. And that's why we thrive. And so when I see women who don't stand up to the mantle of black womanhood, oh, I got issues with it. I'm gonna talk some shit because a lot is expected of us from ourselves, among ourselves. We need to be on code, and that's not on code. Being stupid as a black woman is not on code. Opening your womb to any old bum. This nigga can't even keep his room clean. Do y'all know that? Has anybody seen this nigga's room? Did anybody see that? This nigga can't keep a room clean. He got trays from 2 weeks ago. He got Coke bottles and stuff. He can't even keep his room clean. What woman has relations with a man who can't keep his room clean? He doesn't have a home. Why are you talking to a man without a home? I'm just saying, these are basic building blocks. What are you talking to me for? What is your intention, sir? And that's the thing. Black women, we got to start having a standard. Why are you talking to me? Am I supposed to be your coochie for the night? Am I your side chick? Tell me who I am to you. Are you courting me for marriage? Because I'm a wife or I want to be taken seriously or whatever. We got to have standards. You let Negroes approach you and they don't have no intentions. They ain't got no home, no assets, nothing to offer you. And you go sleep with them. Well, you the damn boo-boo the fool. So I'm dragging the women. Any woman who dates Umar from this day forward, you a piece of shit. You off code. You ain't no sister. Your sister card is revoked. That's what I got to say.
And I feel like that's true. I feel like that's so true because now I'm single, right? And so like one guy I was dating or whatever, and he was like, "Yo, he wanted to have sex." I was like, "This isn't gonna make me feel good. Like this is gonna make me feel dirty. This isn't gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to be responsible for your coochie." You gotta be responsible for what you got down there. You can't just like give it away to any old guy.
Right, right.
Just because he's
And
smiling,
honey,
give nothing.
dick is good, but it ain't that damn good. It's not. It's not that damn good. It's good, but it ain't that damn good. I'm sorry. Whatever tricks he got, it ain't that damn good. Because at the end of the day, you got to deal with the reality of it. And like I said, women got to go back to why are we doing this? What do you want from me? Am I one woman out of a whole line of women that you're exploiting? Am I a taste test to you? Is that what I am to you? We got to start having honest conversations. We got to be willing to do that. And if somebody is, you won't say the N word, but if they're that type of person, let them show that to you. And why are we rushing in? Are we that thirsty? Why are we rushing in? Why isn't we giving a person an opportunity to show who they are? Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we vetting them? How about you come meet my family before we have sex? What evidence do I have that you're a provider? What evidence do I have that you are actually a gainfully employed black man? Can I see your credit report? I'm just saying. Where's that? Do we have a right to ask and demand before we give our bodies away? I'm just asking.
But and see the way we think.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Hold on, before we get into that, the way me and you think, we also had a family. We also had our fathers. So the way me and you think, we think like that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody raised us. You know what I'm saying? They didn't just let us grow up. They actually raised us and gave us certain things that some women don't have. And so we also got to look through those lenses as well. You know what I'm
True,
saying?
true. You're right. You're right. You're right. They don't have guidance or family background. You're right. Absolutely. I was
Okay.
saying, uh-oh, because dude then came up here. I don't know how this gonna go. Oh
Now
Lord.
The interesting thing is, without all the other yelling and chatter, y'all can probably hear now that y'all just literally repeated every word that I said. And DERELL was quiet. That's why I came back up. I was wondering why he didn't have all this same smoke for y'all for saying both parties need to be equally responsible for this co-parenting thing. And going into it, it takes two people to conceive a child. So we should both be more aware and more mindful of what we're getting ourselves into. So I know it's very unpopular in this space or in these spaces to say that we both have equal responsibility, but that's just where I'm at with it. And that's literally all I said. So I want to commend the two ladies that are up here, even if we argued semantics earlier and were misled or my statements were mischaracterized over and over. you really did encapsulate everything that I was trying to say earlier. Maybe I'm just a bad communicator.
You know what? I appreciate you coming back up with a different energy. And I wanted to hear you, brother, but you was just like, woo, you was zooming. And I'm
No,
not up here. I'm not up here to get no points or nothing like that. I really have high standards for black women. I just don't think we're this goddamn stupid. That's really my honest opinion.
and
I have high expectations. You know what I'm saying?
I feel the same way, and that's really where I'm at with it. There's no way that we should allow anybody to escape responsibility. I feel like two people, when they go into a situation, they do things like the lady was just saying a minute ago. You gotta cherish your box. You can't just be giving it away because these are the types of things that happen. And that's where I'm coming from when I say, well, if you go and you have a kid by somebody and y'all not married, well, that's irresponsible and is negligent to the kid that's on its way, because we already know the statistics, like y'all just illustrated, actually points to you just shouldn't be doing that. But when it happens, we got to have things in place for co-parenting, because we can't just have one parent have all the decision making. That's where basically this family court is selling our kids down the river. They super teamed up with the mother, and it could have been the father. It might be the father one day, but right now, I realize that family court has a gender bias towards women, and I don't want it to be a thing where it's men against women. I want it to be a thing where we look at this through the lens of a child's rights. A child has the right to both parents, and that's just where I've been with it from a social services standpoint. Both the mother and the father, the child is entitled to both, unless, and they're still entitled, but they should be protected from somebody who's either abusive, somebody who's uh grossly negligent, or whatever the other circumstances may be to make a parent unfit. We're all on the same page there. But when there's no evidence of abuse, there should be equal parenting. And that's just where
You
I
know what, brother?
wonder why that's
I
so
can't,
unpopular.
brother, I can't speak on a whole lot of family court. I have no experience. I barely know anybody who's on child support who's had those battles. I know one brother. He actually started an organization to protect men for their parental rights. He's what he does is he goes to courts and he sits there. He knows the law, and what he does is he takes notes and stuff like that, and he documents. Like he has a video recording and audio recording because things are said in court and they're not necessarily translated into real action. I don't know. That's what he says. Okay, but he's the only one I know. And it happened to be a white woman that drugged him so bad, kept him away from his two kids. And I know him well. And he is a dedicated father. But the problem is, she poisoned the daughters' minds so bad that those daughters, now that they're adults, they don't even want to be bothered with him, which is really insane. But it happens. And I agree with you. Parents are supposed to, children are supposed to have a mom and a dad. But this is the problem. We have idiots out here who don't have self respect, they don't have family values. And so you got idiot one female and idiot two male coming together and they creating a bad situation. They're adults. What can we do about it? That's the question. What can we do about it? Hello? Did my audio go out?
Quiet. I know you're not quiet.
Did he drop off?
My fault. No, I don't know how that happened. Somebody muted me or something. But yeah, you're not necessarily saying you support Umar and what his daughter is saying is untrue. But what you are saying is, well, there have been lots of cases where the custodial parent may feed certain untruths to the child throughout this whole litigation process. And before you know it, this is an adult who's been basically subject to acculturation since infancy. All right, so they don't like this parent because they don't like the idea of this parent. They don't really know him. Now, when you become an adult, all that comes out because this is based on what you do know. And we don't know if Umar did one thing or the other. I'm not supporting Umar because he could have very well did everything she said. But there is a why. Why did this happen? The reason why these things happen. And that's a long-term agreement that they had that was probably volatile. So we don't know. So I just don't like, first of all, casting aspersions on people when I'm not privy to the facts. That's just, I'm not into that. So that's very
I
unpopular
feel
on
you.
YouTube. I know that.
I feel you. And I get it, but you got to admit you got a bias. You want him to win for whatever reason. Admit it. Just say
No,
it. So you
no.
got a little bias.
See,
Admit it.
in between all the yelling, I, I know y'all couldn't hear me, but I do not know if Umar is a piece of it to his daughter. I never said that she wasn't telling the truth. All I'm saying
I'm
is,
asking you, do you have a bias? Do you have some part
no,
of you that really wants him to be the
I
guy you
do.
think he is? Do you
No,
have a
I
bias?
think I personally, I know you don't know me, but
I don't.
I personally think Umar, from, like I said, maybe 3 times so far, judging from how he handles the funds from the and how he handles his followers and his donors, I feel
Hmm.
like he's just somebody who's incredible. So it's believable that that could go across all different, areas of his
Whoa, whoa,
life.
whoa, whoa. Can you say it again? You think he's what?
I guess I should say a person who's not trustworthy.
Oh, you think he's not trustworthy?
I don't know. Based on the way
Okay, that's honest.
based
Okay,
on the way he's handled the school. But the two are not mutually exclusive.
right.
I'm not going to say because he's been a heel with the whole FDMG thing that everything was said about him in other areas of his life is just guaranteed to be true. Now, I do believe what his daughter said. I believe she believes everything she said to be true. But I'm not certain until we look at what was said during these court proceedings. Because I have professional experience, I have personal experience, where I know that people say certain things that may not be the truth, but there's no accountability in that family court when people are found out to be liars, when the other parent is awarded, quote unquote, awarded their parent rights and made whole.
Okay. Well, you know what? I give it to you. You're right. We don't all know the details. We don't. But when I tell you one thing, the thing about this, you know how we have Karens and people who act really ugly in public and then they go viral for it, right?
Right.
Yeah, it happens all the time. People do ugly things publicly, and then everybody goes and finds out they dox the person, they find out where they work, and they call that company and they say, hey, listen, here's a video of what so and so did. And we don't know 100%, but we see the accountability of what they've created. We see it here on the video. Those companies look at that person, they say, yeah, we don't know all the information. But the fact that we see your ass doing X, Y, and Z is enough for us to fire you. You're done. You don't work here anymore. You don't represent our brand. And all I'm saying is, even though we don't know every detail, the ins and outs of this man's business, I think that we as the Black community need to acknowledge, dude, your brand sucks because you have your business out here like this. The fact that you have your child, yeah, your child did it, but the relationship, the interpersonal relationship, the family bonds, the things that you should have done or could have done to prevent all of this being exposed, so we have to look at it and talk about it, is the reason your brand is done. And nobody needs to support you because you are not a stand up guy. You're not showing fatherhood and you're not modeling anything that looks like leadership. Umar, you're done. You can't lead our little Black boys. You can't lead children. You can't teach students. You're done. That's all I'm asking.
I, I
That's all I'm
personally,
asking.
I personally love a woman who can compartmentalize, and I'm gonna just shut up and listen.
What do you mean compartmentalize?
Well, you were able to distinguish between the two different topics that we're talking about the same person, and you had a distinguishable response to each. And I can appreciate that. I'm not going to lump everything together. Umar is horrible as a school, as an educator, if that's what he want to call himself. He's definitely horrible as a businessman, based on what we've been privileged to see in social media. And the parental situation is something that needs to be further investigated.
I see what you mean. Absolutely. Absolutely. And brother, you articulate. You just been, you know, you was very upset. We can hear
Okay.
you when you ain't upset. I just want to
All
say
right,
that.
guys.
Appreciate you.
I'm coming in, but I gotta wrap it up.
Okay. All right.
So I'm gonna give everybody last words, and I'm gonna go ahead and rock out.
Okay, I'll just say my last word, which is I think that Umar has officially ruined his brand as a
Yes, he
leader.
has.
As
I agree.
yeah, and I think he needs to go and we don't need to put him out. He needs to stand down on his own. I think that's the what do you call it? The noble thing to do. You're not rising to the mantle of leadership, and just stop collecting money and stop trying to lead people when you can't lead your own family. That's my thought. Thank you so much, both of y'all brothers
All
and
right.
sisters.
All right, recognize. Any last words? Recognize game. Any last words? Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna give the last word. Appreciate you all for being here. I know I've been a staunch Umar supporter. I kind of gave away my support years ago. It's to me, I think this is it for him. This is like a nail in the coffin. There's been too many issues, too many scandals. I think this is only going to get worse and worse as the time moves on. It's not going to get better. There are going to be more women coming out, more babies, unfortunately, more child support. And he lost the trust. He's going to always have his supporters, but his support to me is at a point where he's just going to have a small amount of very, to me, I would say, just naive supporters that are going to support him no matter what. And, that's just going to be basically what he's going to be resulting to. But he's not going to accomplish anything. He's not going to accomplish anything of substance in our community. And it's, to me, I'm in a point where I'm about moving forward. But there are going to be more Umar stories. This lady is going to, his daughter's going to do more interviews. And, it's just going to be more to come. So I appreciate you all again for being here. Hope y'all have a great Friday night. I'll be looking forward to seeing the content in the sector. Peace.